Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Tarak. Pain. It is the first and only reality, a white-hot, blinding agony that rips me from the welcome oblivion of unconsciousness. I gasp, a ragged, desperate sound, and the simple act of breathing sends a fresh, grinding wave of torment through my body. The sound rips from my throat, raw and animalistic. My leg. Triad. My leg. I force my eyes open, blinking against a world of swirling white. I look down and see it, twisted at an unnatural angle that makes my stomach churn. The bone of my shin is clearly shattered, a jagged end tenting the tough, fur-covered skin. A warrior's mind is trained to assess, to analyze, to overcome. But this is a new, profound kind of agony that threatens to overwhelm all training, all discipline. Korvac! My voice is a shredded ruin, instantly swallowed by the howl of the blizzard. Silas! Can you hear me? Only the wind answers, a physical battering force of ice and fury. I am on a desolate, snow-swept mountainside, the world a maelstrom of white. Alone. Ronan! Lucaris! I roar their names into the storm, a desperate, hopeless plea. Caspian! Answer me, damn you! The silence that follows is more deafening than the storm itself. The shipwreck, fragments of memory surface through the fog of pain. The lurch of the deck beneath my feet, the taste of salt and ozone on the air. Lucaris laughing at some jest Caspian had made, his blonde hair whipping in the wind. Korvac at the helm, his expression grim and steady as the sky turned a bruised, unnatural purple. Hold fast! Korvac's voice, a commander's bellow over the sudden shriek of the wind. Whatever this is, we face it together! And there's nothing but splintering timber and the roar of a sea that felt ancient and alive with malice. Now this. No food, no weapons, no shelter. Despair, a cold and insidious poison, threatens to consume me. The pain is an invitation, a siren song luring me toward the sweet release of surrender. To simply lie here, to let the cold take me. It would be an honorable death for a failed warrior. But I am Tarak Thalrik, a Manticore of Osiris. Surrender is a concept unknown to me. No, I growl, the word of vow spoken to the uncaring snow. Not like this. A roar, born of raw pain and unyielding defiance, erupts from my throat, tearing through the howl of the blizzard. It's a challenge to the storm, to the gods who have abandoned us, to my own broken body. I will not die here. I will not be the one who fails. Walking is impossible. Even shifting my weight sends shards of agony shooting up my leg. Gah! I slam a fist into the snow. I can only crawl. With a groan that is half sob, half curse, I compel my body forward. I dig my arms into the frozen earth, my claws finding purchase in the icy crust beneath the snow. My broken leg, a useless, agonizing anchor, trails behind me, each movement a fresh torment, a new surge of pain that threatens to pull me back into the welcome void of unconsciousness. Yet, I persist. A vow binds me, A mission drives me. Korvac, Silas Caspian, Ronan, Lucaris. Their names are a silent mantra, a litany against the pain. My brothers. They could still be alive, making their way to Rach, honoring their oath to our king. I refuse to be the one who fails to meet them. Thought of them, of my duty, of the dying world we have sworn to save, is a small, resolute flame against the overwhelming blizzard of despair. It offers no warmth, but it is enough to propel me onward. Through the swirling, blinding snow, I see it. A faint orange glow in the distance. A light. Shelter. Hope. The sight is a jolt to my system, a surge of adrenaline that momentarily eclipses the pain. My gaze fixes on that single, distant point of light, and I continue to crawl. The journey is a blur, a timeless agony measured only in the desperate, rhythmic plunge of my arms into the snow. I do not know how long it takes. Hours. A lifetime. But finally, I am here. The light is not the welcoming glow of a hearth fire. It is the guttering, menacing flare of torches lining the ramparts of a sprawling, dark elf estate. Its high, black-stoned walls are a stark, menacing presence against the white of the snow, a fortress of cruelty in a land of desolation. Cursed luck! I spit, my breath fogging in the frigid air. Of all the fates, I've crawled from the jaws of a natural death, only to deliver myself into the hands of my enemies. The irony is a bitter taste in my mouth, but I cannot go on. My strength is gone, my body a trembling broken shell. The blizzard grows worse, the wind a physical, battering blow that is slowly but surely extinguishing the last of my life force. To stay out here in the open means certain death. To enter the estate means almost certain death. Of the two choices, I choose the one that offers a slim, almost non-existent chance of survival. I find a small, unguarded section of the wall, a place where the snow has drifted high against the stone, and haul myself over. I collapse into the relative stillness of a frozen, snow-covered courtyard, the air here blessedly calmer and warmer. I'm drawn by a current of animal heat emanating from a long, low building at the edge of the courtyard. I can smell it, the familiar, musky scent of caged beasts, of hay and of dung. Not a home, not a sanctuary, but shelter. And in this moment, it is all that I can ask for. My body is shutting down. My vision is tunneling. The world a gray, swimming fog. I know I have only a few moments left before unconsciousness claims me for good. With the last of my strength, the last dregs of my will, I crawl toward the menagerie, toward the promise of its unnatural heat. I find a door, unbarred, and pull myself inside. I collapse onto the straw-strewn floor of what appears to be a large, empty beast pen. The warmth of the place, heated by some unseen magical means, is a blessed relief against my frozen skin. I have made it. I am safe. For now. But as my consciousness begins to fade, as the welcome darkness rushes in to claim me, I feel a tingling sensation on my skin. I hear a low, humming sound, a sound of awakening, powerful, ancient magic. I force my heavy eyelids open one last time. Shimmering green runes appear on the iron bars of the beast pen, weaving themselves into a complex, unbreakable web of light. The enchantments, woven into the very fabric of the cage and designed to hold predators far more powerful than a wounded manticore, flare to life. Their magical energy is a final, mocking insult to my own fading strength. I have not found a shelter. I have crawled into a trap. In my long, storied, and proud life, I, Tarek Thalric, the strongest and most disciplined of my brothers, am powerless. My survival is no longer in my own hands. I am a prisoner, and as the darkness finally takes me, I do not know if I will ever wake up again.
Chapter 2. Annalise. You will wear this for me tonight, little pet. Lord Zaren's voice is a silken purr that does nothing to mask the steel beneath. He corners me in the grand, echoing gallery, the portraits of his long-dead ancestors watching with cold, silver eyes. He holds up a gown, a confection of deep, blood-red silk that is as beautiful as it is revealing. It shimmers in the pale morning light, the colour of a fresh wound. "It will complement the flush of your cheeks so perfectly," he continues, his smile a handsome, cruel slash in his elegant elven features. His hand shoots out, gripping my arm, his long, slender fingers digging into my flesh with a bruising force. "And you will smile. You will show all of our guests what a beautiful, obedient little prize you are." I do not answer. I simply stare at him, my silence my only shield, my only act of rebellion. It is a small, pathetic defiance, but it is all I have left. My world is a gilded cage. I live in a suite of rooms in the east wing of Lord Renlyre's sprawling estate, with silks on my bed and jewels at my throat. I am his human ward, a political ornament he acquired in a trade deal with a distant human kingdom, my presence a symbol of his far-reaching influence and his modern, enlightened sensibilities. I am praised for my beauty, displayed at feasts and treated with the same careless, proprietary affection that my guardian bestows upon his prized collection of hunting hounds. My mind, my thoughts, my own will, they are inconvenient and largely ignored accessories. Zarin, however, does not ignore them. He takes a keen, sadistic pleasure in reminding me of their utter irrelevance. His smile widens now, his silver eyes gleaming with a familiar predatory light. He enjoys my silent defiance. It makes the game more interesting for him. "No witty retort today, Annalise. Have you finally learned your place?" he murmurs, leaning closer, his breath cool against my cheek. "It is for the best. A bride's mind should be on her duties, not on thoughts." He releases my arm, leaving angry red marks that will soon turn to bruises. He thrusts the gown into my hands. "See that you do not disappoint me," he says, his voice dropping to a low, menacing whisper. "I am in a particularly foul mood today. It would be unwise to provoke me further." He turns and walks away, his movements fluid and graceful, a beautiful mask for a soul that is as cold and barren as the winter tundra. I watch him go, the blood-red silk a weight in my hands, my heart a cold, heavy stone in my chest. I know, with a sickening certainty, that this game he is playing is one he intends to win once we are married. He will not just own me, he will break me. I need to escape. Not a true physical escape. That is a childish dream that has been beaten out of me long ago. But a temporary one, a small secret rebellion. I need a place where his eyes are not on me, a place where I can breathe, just for a moment, without the suffocating weight of his presence. My sanctuary. My one secret place of solace in this vast, cold estate. I slip away from my handmaid, my movements a practiced, silent glide through the deserted corridors of the estate. The main halls are masterpieces of cold, sterile beauty, the air thick with the cloying scent of elven incense and the weight of unspoken threats. Every polished surface seems to reflect my own trapped existence. Every shadow seems to hold a lurking accusation. But as I descend the servants' stairs and slip out into the frozen courtyard, the air changes. It is sharp, clean, and honest. The menagerie, a place of misery and confinement for the creatures within, has become my refuge. It is a gallery of other caged and broken things that, in their own silent, miserable way, understand the nature of my own imprisonment. The heavy oak door groans as I push it open, and the familiar scents of hay, beast, and damp earth are a welcome comfort. The air inside is warm, heated by the same unseen magic that keeps the estate from freezing. I move past the cages, my heart aching with a familiar, empathetic sorrow for the creatures within. The griffin with its broken wing, a magnificent creature that should be soaring through the mountain peaks, now huddles in a corner, its golden eyes dull with despair. The pack of wargs, their powerful muscles meant for the hunt, pace their small enclosure with a relentless, desperate energy that mirrors the frantic beating of my own heart. And the beautiful, sad-eyed creature from the southern jungles whose name I do not even know, a being of vibrant colour and life, now sits listless and grey, its spirit slowly dying in the perpetual twilight of its cage. These are my people, my fellow prisoners. Tonight, a new addition joins the collection. In a large, magically reinforced cage in the darkest corner of the menagerie, a spot typically reserved for my guardian's most dangerous acquisitions, lies a massive, leonine creature. My breath catches in my throat, a primal, instinctual fear rooting me to the spot. He is a creature of raw, untamed power, his muscular frame radiating a silent, intimidating menace, even in his wounded and unconscious state. A manticore. I have only ever read of them in books, creatures of myth and legend, warriors of immense strength and honour. I should flee. I should retreat to the safety of my own gilded cage and forget what I have seen. But I cannot. I am drawn to him, to the sheer, profound tragedy of him. I take a hesitant step closer, my silk slippers making no sound on the straw-strewn floor. I can see the full extent of his injuries now. His leg is twisted at an impossible, unnatural angle, the bone clearly shattered. His tawny fur is matted with dried blood and the filth of a long, arduous journey. His face, which in sleep should be peaceful, is a mask of a deep and abiding pain. He is a proud, powerful warrior who has been brought low, a king who has been dethroned and thrown in a dungeon. And as I look at him, at the proud, defiant set of his jaw, at the way his powerful body is so cruelly contained by the iron and magic of his cage, my fear begins to recede. It is replaced by a new, startling and powerful emotion. Recognition. I see not a monster. I see not a beast. I see a mirror of my own soul. I see another prisoner. I see another creature who is trapped and wounded and alone in the darkness. The kinship I feel with him, this monstrous and beautiful creature, is a more real and profound connection than any I have ever felt with the cold, elegant elves who are my captors. He and I are the same. We are both just pretty, broken ornaments, put on display for the amusement of our masters. His cage is made of iron and magic. Mine is made of silk and jewels. But they are cages nonetheless. He is wounded, he is dying, and I, with my small secret knowledge of herbs and of healing, a knowledge I have gleaned from my guardian's own library in my long, lonely hours, I can help him. The thought is a reckless and almost certainly suicidal one. To be caught helping my guardian's new prize would be to invite a punishment so severe I dare not even imagine it. But I cannot bear the thought of abandoning him here to die, alone and suffering in this dark cage. For the first time in a very long time, I am not focused on my own survival, but on his. I refuse to let him perish.
Chapter 3. Tarek. A throbbing grey misery replaces the darkness. I'm awake, though I wish for the continued oblivion of unconsciousness. My leg pulses with a ravenous, living pain, a beast gnawing at the bone, and my body feels like a cold, leaden weight I cannot command. I try to push myself up, to orient myself in the gloom, but a wave of white-hot agony from my shattered leg slams me back into the filthy straw. I am trapped, not just in this cage with its shimmering magical wards, but in the prison of my own broken body. A bitter metallic taste, as foreign and unwelcome as the pain, fills my mouth. It is the taste of frustration, of a powerlessness so absolute it feels like a physical poison. From within the fog of my personal torment, I see her, a human woman. She stands a few feet from my cage, her slender form a pale, delicate spectre in the menagerie's dim light. She observes me, her expression a mix of almost tangible fear and a deep, unsettling, utterly unexpected curiosity. I can feel her gaze on me, a physical touch, and I do not welcome it. I resent her pity. I abhor her fear. I refuse to have her here, a witness to my weakness, to my failure. I am the strongest of my brothers, the one they have always relied on to be the unbreakable wall in the shield line. And now, I am this. A broken, caged beast, unable to even stand. That shame cuts deeper and causes more agony than any battlefield wound I've ever sustained. She takes a small, hesitant step closer, her movements as silent and cautious as a fawn in a wolf's den. In the quiet menagerie, I hold perfectly still, my breathing a ragged, shallow whisper in my own ears. I watch her as she studies me, her intelligent green eyes taking in the full, brutal inventory of my injuries. The unnatural angle of my leg, the deep, ragged gashes on my arms and chest, the dried blood that mats my tawny fur. I can see the war she fights with herself. Her every instinct for self-preservation screams at her to flee, to run from the massive, wounded predator in the cage. But her curiosity and a powerful empathy I can feel radiating from her like a heat hold her in place. This shared, unspoken understanding is not a comfort. It is a threat. Her presence here is a complication I cannot afford, a variable I cannot control. Her pity is a poison I will not drink. I have to drive her away. I have to protect the last, tattered remnants of my own pride. I have to be the monster she expects me to be. I gather what little strength I have left. I push myself up onto my elbows, a movement that sends a fresh, grinding wave of agony through my broken leg. A low groan escapes my lips before I can stop it, the sound of pure animal pain. I bare my teeth, the fangs that are usually hidden, and I let a low, menacing growl rumble in my chest, a pure, primal, and deliberate threat. I am a beast. I am a monster. And she should be afraid of me. Her eyes go wide, a flicker of that primal, prey animal fear finally appearing in their green depths. But it is not enough. She does not run. She simply stands her ground, her gaze unwavering, her fascination and empathy warring with her fear. I have to be more direct. I have to be more cruel. I have to use the one weapon I have left to me. My voice. Leave! The single, sharp word is more potent than any physical blow. I watch her flinch as if slapped, the raw, open, and beautiful hurt in her eyes a fresh wound. She holds my gaze for a moment longer, a silent, wounded question in their depths, before she turns and flees. Her soft footsteps become a frantic, fading echo in the quiet menagerie, leaving me alone once more. Her departure leaves a silence far more profound than the one that preceded it. I have won. I have driven her away. I have protected my pride. Yet this victory feels hollow, bitter, and utterly empty. The strategist in my brother Silas would have approved of my move. It was the logical, the tactical, the safe choice. It removed the unpredictable variable. But as I lie in the darkness of my cage, an unfamiliar feeling begins to seep through the cracks in my fortress of discipline. Regret. The feeling is a foreign and unwelcome one, but I do not have the luxury of dwelling on it. I channel the bitter taste of it into something else, something more useful, determination. Despite my broken body, I vow to heal, to regain my strength, to escape this prison. I will find my brothers. I will complete my mission. Her image and the shared, wounded hope in her eyes solidify my resolve. She will return. I know it with a certainty that has nothing to do with logic and everything to do with the strange, undeniable connection I feel in her presence. And when she does, I will be ready.
Chapter 4. Annalise. The rest of my day is a silent internal war. His single harsh command, leave, echoes in my mind, a constant sharp counterpoint to the memory of the raw pain in his eyes. He wanted to drive me away, to be the monster he thinks I see. But I have not seen a monster. I have seen a proud warrior brought low, his shame a more potent agony than his wounds. My mind, so long accustomed to the quiet, subtle strategies of survival in this cold court, is now a battlefield of its own. One part of me, the part that has kept me alive for years, screams at me to obey, to forget the beast in the cage, to retreat to the safety of my gilded prison and never look back. To tell Lord Renlear of his new acquisition would be the sensible, the safe thing to do. It might even earn me a rare word of praise. But another part of me, a part I have not known exists, refuses. It is a small, stubborn ember of defiance that his wounded pride has somehow fanned into a flame. To abandon him now feels like a betrayal, not just of him, but of that flicker of recognition I felt in the menagerie. We are the same. To leave him to die alone in the darkness would be to admit that my own cage is inescapable. The debate rages within me as I move through the empty rituals of my day. I sit through a tedious luncheon with my guardian's other ladies in waiting, their conversation a meaningless twittering of court gossip and fashion. I smile, I nod, I play my part, but my mind is in the cold, damp straw of the menagerie. By the time evening falls, the war is over. The sensible, frightened part of me has lost. The reckless, defiant ember has won. I will not tell the elves. I will not abandon him. I will help him. The decision, once made, is a terrifying liberation. My heart hammers against my ribs with a frantic, exhilarating rhythm I have never felt before. This is not the passive, silent defiance of a doll. This is an act, a choice, my choice. Stealing the supplies is the first test of my new resolve. I wait until the household is deep in the quiet hours of the night, the corridors patrolled only by the slow, predictable tread of the sentries. My movements are a whisper in the shadows, my silk slippers making no sound on the cold marble floors. The kitchens are a cavern of sleeping warmth, the air thick with the scent of baked bread and old hearth smoke. My hands tremble as I wrap a small loaf of bread and a piece of dried meat in a linen napkin. It is not much, but it is more than he has now. Next, the infirmary. This is more dangerous. The door is kept locked, but I have spent years observing, learning the secrets of this place. I know of a small, loose stone in the wall of the adjoining linen closet, a forgotten servant's trick from a bygone era. My fingers, slick with nervous sweat, fumble with the stone. It finally comes loose with a soft scrape, revealing a small, dark opening. I squeeze through, my heart a wild bird in my chest, and find myself in the cool, herb-scented darkness of the infirmary. I take only what I know I will need, a small pot of soothing salve and a roll of clean linen bandages. I am a thief in my own home, a traitor to my own captors, and I have never felt more alive. I return to the menagerie under the cloak of a moonless, star-dusted sky. The heavy oak door groans, a sound that seems deafening in the stillness. I freeze, listening, but there is only the soft rustle of the caged beasts and the frantic beating of my own heart. He is awake. I see the faint glint of his eyes in the darkness, watching my approach. He is a massive, still shadow in the back of his cage, his silence a heavy, waiting presence. I kneel before the bars, my own body trembling, not with fear, but with the sheer, overwhelming audacity of what I am doing. I push the small bundle of food and bandages through the feeding slot. He does not move at first. He simply watches me, his gaze intense, unreadable. "I know you told me to leave," I whisper, my voice a fragile thread in the vast silence. But I couldn't. I meet his gaze. My own fear and determination a raw, open thing. "I will not stand by and watch you die in this place. For the first time in my life, I am not a pet. I am not an ornament. I am a rebel. And in the dark, silent menagerie, in the presence of this broken, beautiful beast, I feel the first dangerous and exhilarating taste of my own power.
Chapter 5. Tarek. The groan of the menagerie's heavy oak door is the only warning I get. "Leave me be!" I groan. I have been drifting in a haze of pain, the throbbing in my leg a relentless drumbeat against the inside of my skull. Hunger is a dull, coiling ache in my gut. I have pushed myself up against the back wall of the cage, trying to find a position that doesn't send fresh waves of agony through my shattered bone. I force my eyes open, my vision swimming into focus on the slender silhouette framed in the doorway. "You again?" I hiss. My first thought is a surge of raw irritation. I sent her away. I showed her the beast, and she fled as she was supposed to. Her return is a complication I do not need. I remain perfectly still in the shadows, a predator waiting, and watch as she approaches. "Yes," she replies. I watch her simply kneel before the bars, her movements fluid in the dim light, and push a small, cloth-wrapped bundle through the feeding slot. The scent of bread and dried meat hits me, and my stomach clenches with a painful, desperate cramp. I don't move. I watch her, my eyes narrowed, my pride warring with the primal, undeniable need for sustenance. She doesn't press or plead. She just waits, her gaze steady. With a grunt of concession that feels like a surrender, I crawl forward, the movement sending a fresh, grinding torment through my leg. I snatch the bundle and retreat to the shadows to eat, my back to her, refusing to give her the satisfaction of watching me devour the scraps she's brought. The bread is hard, the meat tough, but it is the most glorious meal I've ever tasted. It is fuel. It is life. When I am finished, I turn back. She is still there, kneeling patiently. She pushes a small ceramic pot and a roll of clean linen through the slot. "Your wounds," she whispers, her voice a fragile thread in the vast silence. "They will fester if they are not cleaned." Here, then, is the true test. To accept food is one thing. To accept her care, to allow her to touch me in my weakness, is another entirely. It is an intimacy I have not allowed another soul in years. My instinct is to snarl, to bare my teeth, to drive her away for good. But I look at her, at the stubborn set of her jaw, at the unwavering resolve in her intelligent green eyes. To refuse would not be an act of strength. It would be an act of fear. With a low groan, I shift my body, dragging my wounded form closer to the bars. I extend my forearm, offering her the deep, ragged gash there. It is a silent truce, an admission of need that costs me more than she will ever know. Her hands are impossibly gentle as they work, her touch a foreign sensation against my scarred skin. She cleans the wound with a cool, wet cloth, her movements efficient and sure. I watch the way the faint light from the high, grimy windows catches the strands of gold in her hair, the way she bites her lower lip in concentration. The silence in the menagerie is thick, broken only by the soft rustle of the other caged beasts and the whisper of the cloth against my skin. I have to understand. The strategist in me, the part that is my brother Silas's echo, demands it. Why? The word is a low rumble, rough from disuse. She doesn't look up. Why what? Why risk this? I press, my gaze intense. I have seen the cruelty of your masters in their eyes. They will not be merciful if they discover this treason. Her hands still for a moment. She carefully sets the cloth aside and finally lifts her head. Her green eyes, the color of a spring forest, meet mine. The fear is still there, a flicker in their depths, but it is banked by a fire that is startling in its intensity. "You think this is treason?" she snaps, her voice no longer a whisper, but a sharp, bitter thing. My entire life is treason. Every thought I have that is not one of obedience is treason. Every book I read, every dream I have of a world outside these walls is treason. She leans closer, her face a mask of beautiful, righteous fury. "They are already killing me, Manticore. A slow, quiet death of 1,000 small humiliations. They parade me like a prize. They silence me like a child. They plan to marry me to a monster who will own me, body and soul. Whom will..." Her voice drops, becoming a fierce, trembling whisper. You are in a cage of iron, and I am in a cage of gold, but they are cages nonetheless. So why do I risk this? She gives a short, humorless laugh that holds no joy. Because I will not stand by and watch another creature die in a cage while I slowly rot in my own. If I am to be a prisoner, then at least I will be a prisoner who fights back in the only way she can. Her words strike me with the force of a physical blow. I've seen her as a liability, a fragile human girl playing a dangerous game. I have been a fool. I've been so consumed by the shame of my own visible prison that I've failed to see the invisible bars of hers. I look at her, truly look at her for the first time. I see not a frightened girl, but a fellow prisoner, a fellow warrior. Her battlefield is the glittering, treacherous landscape of the elven court. Her weapons are silence and secrets, but her fight is just as real, just as desperate as any I have ever known. A new, unfamiliar feeling begins to take root in the barren soil of my soul. It is not pity. It is not gratitude. It is respect. A deep, profound respect for the small, fierce, and utterly unbreakable human woman who is kneeling in the filth of a menagerie, tending to the wounds of a monster she should have feared.
Chapter 6. Annalise. His wounded presence in the menagerie becomes the new, secret centre of my world. My days are no longer a grey, monotonous blur of empty rituals and veiled insults. They are a series of small, exhilarating acts of rebellion, each stolen moment a victory against the suffocating emptiness of my life. I am no longer just a passive observer of my own slow, quiet death. I am an active participant in his survival. And in his survival, I am beginning to find my own. My handmaid, Lyra, has noticed the change in me. She is a timid girl who has been in service to this estate her entire life, and she sees the new light in my eyes with a mixture of awe and a deep, profound terror. "My lady," she whispers one evening, her hands trembling as she helps me into a gown for the evening meal. "You are different. You are brighter." I meet her worried gaze in the silver-gilt mirror. Perhaps the winter air agrees with me. "It is not safe to be so bright here," she cautions, her voice barely audible. She is right. Happiness, secrets, purpose, these are perilous luxuries for a woman in my position. But the risk is a fire in my blood I have not felt before, and I will not see it extinguished. My nightly visits to his cage become a ritual. I bring him food and fresh bandages, and he, in return, offers the rare and precious gift of his non-judgmental presence. He is an exceptional listener. Tonight, the weight of my fiancé's cruelty is a particularly heavy stone in my chest. Zarin has spent the afternoon entertaining a visiting lord, and his favourite topic of sport has been me. I have been forced to stand beside his chair like a prized hound while he details my virtues and my failings as if I am not even there. I flee to the menagerie as soon as I can, my heart a tight, aching knot. Tarek is waiting, a massive, still shadow in the back of his cage. I kneel before the bars, the familiar sense of hay and beast a strange comfort. "He called me his pet today," I whisper, the words spilling out before I can stop them, in front of Lord Valerius. He spoke of training the thoughts from my head, as if I were a disobedient dog. Tarek does not speak. He simply moves closer to the bars, his deep-set eyes fixed on my face. His silence is not empty. It is a vast, steady space where I can finally let my own words exist without judgment or dismissal. I hate him, I confess. The simple, treasonous truth a liberating weight off my soul. I hate his smile, and his voice, and the way he looks at me as if I am a thing he has purchased. I look up at the Manticore, at the fierce, honourable creature so cruelly caged, and a wave of shame washes over me. "I'm sorry. You do not need to hear my petty troubles." He shifts, the movement causing the magical wards on the bars to shimmer faintly. His presence is a solid, grounding force in the chaotic storm of my life, a steady anchor I have begun to rely on more than I care to admit. I find myself drawn to that strength, to the deep well of loyalty and honour I sense beneath his silent exterior. My visits to the menagerie are no longer just acts of rebellion. They are acts of self-preservation. He is my sanctuary, my solace. And the feeling he stirs in me, this strange, impossible kinship, is growing with every visit. I am just a human, a pawn, a pretty, breakable toy. He is a manticore, a creature of myth and legend. We are two different species, from two different worlds, two prisoners on opposite sides of the same cruel bars. Yet the unspoken bond between us feels more real and powerful than any wall designed to keep us apart. I leave him that night feeling both rattled by the depth of my own confessions and strangely, wonderfully comforted.
Chapter 7. Tarek. The clank of an iron bucket on the stone floor is my only warning. I've been in a state of low-grade meditation, focusing my will on the slow, agonizing process of knitting bone back together. The sound shatters the fragile peace. "Awake, are we, beast?" A voice sneers. I open my eyes. A dark elf guard stands before my cage, his features sharp and cruel in the dim light. He is younger than the lords of the house, but carries the same innate arrogance. On his tunic is the sigil of the estate's houseguard, my jailer. He kicks the bucket, sending it skidding closer to the bars. It is filled with a gray, unappetizing slurry of what looks like discarded table scraps. "Dinner time. Don't say your masters aren't generous." I remain silent, my body unmoving in the back of the cage. I've learned in my first few days that any reaction, a growl, a shift of my weight, only fuels their amusement. Silence is my armor. The guard, Kalen, as I've heard another call him, is not deterred. He enjoys a monologue. "Big night coming up, you know. The young lord's wedding feast. All the high houses will be here. Quite the spectacle." He leans against the bars, his silver eyes gleaming with a malicious light. "You'll have a front row seat, I imagine. Lord Zarin loves to show off his collection." He pauses, a smirk playing on his thin lips. Speaking of the young lord's collection, his prettiest pet was just telling him off. The little human thing, Annalise. The sound of her name from his lips is a vile desecration. A low, involuntary growl rumbles in my chest. It is a mistake. Kalen's smirk widens into a grin. "Oh, so you've noticed her, have you?" He chuckles. "Hard to miss. A pretty little thing for a mortal. Lord Renlier keeps her polished like a new jewel. A symbol of his progressive sensibilities. He practically spits the word. But she has a mouth on her. Thinks her opinions matter. Zarin will have that trained out of her soon enough. A bride's mind should be on her duties, not on thoughts. His words are a verbatim echo of what Annalise herself has whispered to me, and hearing them from this cruel, casual source makes my blood run cold with a rage so pure it is almost a physical force. I want to tear the bars from their moorings. I want to feel his neck snap in my hands. But I hold myself still, my discipline a dam against the flood of my fury. "She's a clever one, I'll give her that," Kalen continues, oblivious to the storm he is provoking. "Always has her nose in a book, as if that will change what she is. A political pawn. A pretty breakable toy for a lord to play with, nothing more." He pushes off the bars and stretches. "Well, enjoy your meal, beast." He kicks the cage one last time for good measure, the impact jarring my wounded leg. "Don't want you looking too thin for the festivities." He saunters out of the menagerie, his laughter echoing in the heavy silence. I do not touch the food. His words have filled me with a poison that is more potent than any hunger. I have pieced together the details of her life from her own whispered confessions, but hearing it laid bare with such callous disdain, it gives her quiet suffering a new and brutal dimension. She arrives an hour later, a ghost in the twilight. The fear I smelled on her before is sharper tonight, laced with a fresh, raw anger. She kneels before my cage, her hands trembling as she pushes a small bundle of clean linen and a stolen piece of bread through the slot. "He was particularly cruel today," she whispers, her voice tight with a pain she's trying to suppress. "There's to be a grand banquet. He told me my only duties were to wear the gown he chose, shut up, and look pretty. He treats me as if I have no more mind than one of his hounds." I watch the silent battle raging within her, the fury in her eyes warring with a lifetime of practiced obedience. She is a force of nature being treated as a mere object, and the raw injustice of it, now confirmed by the jailer's mockery, ignites a fire in my own veins. For weeks, I have held my silence. It has been my shield, my fortress. But her fight is becoming my own. She needs more than a silent confessor. She needs an ally. I wait until she has finished tending to a gash on my forearm. She starts to pull away, to retreat back into her own solitary world of quiet endurance. I cannot let her go. I cannot let her face her monsters alone. The words emerge not as a calculated strategy, but as a simple, honest, undeniable truth. "You're a strong human." The sound of her simple laugh seems to startle her as it did me. She freezes, her hand hovering in the air between us. She looks at me, her forest green eyes wide with a mixture of shock and a dawning, fearful hope. A faint, beautiful splash of color rises in her pale cheeks. She is shaken by my rare words, by the simple, unadorned acknowledgement of the strength I see in her. In a world that sees her as a fragile doll, the simple act of being seen as a warrior is a revolutionary concept. She does not speak. She simply stares at me, 1,000 unspoken questions in her gaze. And in that moment, in the shared darkness of the menagerie, I feel the last of my own self-pity burn away. My own healing, which has been a slow, painful, and solitary process, now feels different. It is no longer just for me. It is no longer just about my mission. Her presence, her indomitable spirit, has become a new and powerful catalyst. I have to heal. I have to recover my strength, not just to escape, but to be the warrior she needs me to be to free us from this hell.
Chapter 8. Annalise. My guardian's library, once a gilded cage for my mind, is now my armory. The long, lonely hours I once spent there, devouring poetry and histories as a form of quiet escapism, are now dedicated to a single, desperate purpose. I am no longer a reader. I am a scholar of rebellion, my field of study the healing of a manticore. I move between the towering shelves like a ghost, my silk slippers making no sound on the polished floor. The air smells of old parchment and leather, a scent that was once a comfort, but now feels charged with a dangerous secret energy. I seek out the oldest, most dust-covered tomes, the ones on beast law and battlefield medicine that no one has likely opened in centuries. Willow bark for fever, I murmur to myself, tracing the faded script with a trembling finger. Comfrey root to knit bone, a poultice of yarrow to ward off infection. Each piece of knowledge is a stolen treasure, a small, sharp weapon in my arsenal. I commit the words to memory, my mind a desperate, hungry sponge. This is a new level of treason. Stealing food is one thing. Stealing knowledge, the one thing the elves prize above all else, is a far more perilous crime. The risk is a constant cold hum beneath my ribs. But the thought of Tarek, of his slow, painful healing, is a fire that burns hotter than my fear. Tonight, as I apply a fresh, pungent poultice of crushed leaves to the deep gash on his thigh, I can feel the change in him. The raw, mangled ruin of his leg is slowly, miraculously mending. His strength is returning. I feel it in the way he shifts his weight, the barely contained power that ripples through the hard muscle beneath my hands. As I work, my fingers brush against the dense muscle of his calf, and my gaze follows the line of it up to his powerful thigh. I see not just a wound, but the intimidating landscape of his strength, a raw, untamed power that is a world away from the slender, sterile elegance of the elves. A jolt of heat, sharp and unexpected, coils low in my belly. My hands, usually so steady in my work, begin to tremble. This is a new and dangerous feeling, not the empathetic kinship of two prisoners, but something else entirely, a raw, physical, undeniable attraction. I quickly lower my gaze, a hot blush creeping up my neck, grateful for the dim, forgiving light of the menagerie. I finish my work in a flustered silence, my mind a chaotic storm. It is madness to feel this way. He is a beast, a monster, a creature of a different world. And I am a promised bride, a political pawn. The feeling follows me from the menagerie, a secret burning coal I carry into the cold formality of the evening meal. I sit beside my betrothed, a perfect silent doll, while he holds court. His sharp, inhuman beauty seems cruel and sterile tonight, his elegant pronouncements nothing more than the preening of a peacock. While he boasts of a recent hunt, detailing a mountain cat's death with a detached, sadistic glee, my mind wanders. I find myself thinking of Tarek, of the intimidating strength that radiates from him even in his cage. I wonder what it would be like to see him at his full strength, not as a wounded prisoner, but as the warrior he is meant to be. The thought is a sharp, hot burn of guilt. I can no longer ignore the stark contrast between the two males, the honourable warrior caged in the darkness, and the cruel, preening boy at my side. My attraction to Tarek is a profound act of treason, not just against my guardian, but against the very rules of this world. And I am beginning to realise it is a treason I am willing to commit. "You are not listening, pet." Zaren's voice cuts through my reverie, his tone sharp with annoyance. I blink, returning to the glittering misery of the dining hall. "I was just saying," he continues, his silver eyes gleaming with a self-important light, "that I have instructed the stewards to begin preparations. I am hosting a large banquet dinner in a fortnight's time to celebrate our impending union. All the noble houses of the region will be in attendance. A cold knot of dread forms in my stomach. A large banquet means more scrutiny, more performance, more of his suffocating presence. It is a tightening of my cage. He reaches over and pats my hand in a gesture of mocking condescension that is meant to look like affection. "Your attendance, of course, is required. You will be the centerpiece." He leans closer, his voice a low, menacing purr. "All you need to do is wear the gown I have chosen for you, shut up and look pretty. You can manage that, can't you?" I look at him, at his handsome, cruel face, and I force a smile. "Of course, my lord." He smiles, satisfied, and turns back to his meal, his prize properly chastised. But inside, I am transformed. The announcement of his banquet, his ultimate act of ownership, does not feel like a final chain. It feels like a battlefield being chosen. And now I have an ally.
Chapter 9. Tarek. Her name. I realize with a jolt as she carefully reapplies a poultice to a gash on my chest that I do not know her name. She's a ghost, a rebel, a healer, a fellow prisoner. She has become the central solitary point of light in my suffocating darkness. And yet, she is nameless. The anonymity has been a shield for us both, a way to maintain a necessary distance in our impossible situation. But that distance is no longer necessary. It is an obstacle. I have spent my life in the company of warriors, my bonds forged in the heat of battle and the shared silence of the barracks. I know my brothers' minds as well as I know my own. But this small, fierce human woman is an unknown country, a landscape of quiet courage and hidden depths that I am only just beginning to explore. I need a map. I need a name. What are you called? The question is a low rumble in my chest, and the sound of my own voice, used for something other than a growl or a command, feels foreign in the quiet menagerie. She freezes, her hands stilling on my chest. I feel the slight tremor in her fingers, the way her breath catches in her throat. She slowly lifts her head, her forest green eyes wide with a surprise that is quickly followed by a flicker of something else. Something vulnerable. In this world of titles and transactions, a simple, personal question is a profound intimacy. Annalise, she whispers, the name a soft, fragile thing in the vast silence. I let the name settle in my mind, tasting the shape of it. Annalise. It is a name that suits her, a name of quiet elegance that belies the core of steel I know she possesses. I repeat it, my voice a low murmur, a promise. Annalise! The sound of her name, spoken by me, makes her shiver. A faint, beautiful blush colors her cheeks, and she quickly drops her gaze, returning to her work. The intimacy of the moment is too much for her, a sudden bright light in the accustomed darkness of her world. I have asked for a piece of her. It is only right that I offer a piece of myself in return. I am Tarek, I say. This time her head snaps up, her eyes locking with mine. I see a flicker of fear, the instinctive reaction of a prey animal learning the name of its predator. But it is quickly replaced by a raw, undisguised curiosity. She repeats my name, her voice a whisper that is barely audible over the soft rustle of the caged beasts. Tarek. The name, on her lips, sounds different. Not the harsh, guttural name of a warrior, but something else entirely. Something real. In that moment, we are no longer just a beast and a girl. We are Tarek and Annalise. And the knowledge of it, the simple, profound reality of it, changes everything. It is this new, fragile connection that forces the words from me. The strategist in me, the part that is my brother Silas's echo, can no longer remain silent. This game she is playing is too dangerous. She sees the elves as masters, as captors. I see them as the enemy. And I know with a warrior's certainty that they will show her no mercy if her rebellion is discovered. Annalise, I begin, my voice low and urgent, holding her gaze. You must be more careful. The risk you are taking. It is greater than you know. I've watched them. I've listened. The cruelty you see in your fiancé is not an aberration. It is their nature. They are predators who enjoy the fear of their prey. They will not just punish you if they find you here. They will make a sport of it. They will break you, piece by piece, and they will enjoy every moment of it. I expect my words to frighten her, to drive her back to the relative safety of her silent obedience. I expect to see the flicker of her courage waver in the face of my grim, brutal honesty. But I do not. She simply holds my gaze, her own eyes hardening, the fear I had seen just moments before being burned away by a cold, righteous fury. They are already killing me, she replies, her voice no longer a whisper but a fierce, unyielding thing. It is a different kind of death, a slower one, but it is a death nonetheless. My life here is not a life, it is an endurance. With you, she presses a hand to my chest, her touch a searing brand against my skin. In this cage, I feel more alive than I have ever felt outside of it. Her confession, her simple, devastating truth, is a blow that shatters the last of my carefully constructed defenses. I have seen her as a comrade, as an ally, as a fellow warrior to be respected and protected. But in that moment, as she declares that her only taste of life is here, with me in the filth and the darkness of my prison, something shifts within me. It is a deep, primal, and utterly possessive feeling, a feeling that has nothing to do with strategy or respect. It is the ancient, instinctual roar of a Manticore male recognizing his own. She is not just an ally. She is mine. Mine to protect, mine to defend, mine to fight for. The thought is a revelation, a truth so absolute it feels as if it has been forged in the very core of my being. My mission, my brothers, my own carefully constructed walls of grief and of silence, they are all a distant, meaningless echo in the face of this one, simple, undeniable truth. She is the first light I've seen in a world of darkness, and I will let no one and nothing extinguish her.
There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me. Chapter 10. Annalise. The feast is an exercise in elegant, soul-crushing misery. I sit beside Lord Zaran, a perfect, silent ornament in a gown of sapphire silk that has been chosen for me, its tight bodice a constant reminder of the constraints on my life. My guardian, Lord Renlier, surveys me before we enter the grand hall, his appraisal as cold and proprietary as if he were discussing a new hunting hound. Exquisite, he murmurs, the word devoid of warmth, a fitting tribute to our new alliance. Now, surrounded by the glittering, cruel beauty of the dark elf nobility, I feel like a fly trapped in a spider's web. Zaran is holding court, a silken thread of arrogance weaving through the polite chatter. His favourite subject, as always, is his new human pet. She has a surprisingly sharp mind for a human, he announces to a visiting lord from a neighbouring estate, his voice loud enough for the entire table to hear. He drapes an arm over the back of my chair, his fingers brushing the nape of my neck in a gesture meant to look like affection, but that feels like a brand. But we shall have to train that out of her, of course. A bride's mind should be on her duties, not on thoughts. A ripple of condescending laughter follows the remark. I simply smile, a placid, empty expression I have perfected over years of practice. The muscles in my jaw ache from the effort. Inside, my gilded cage is tightening, the silken bars constricting around me until I can barely breathe. Every moment in Zaran's presence is a slow, quiet death of the spirit, a gradual erosion of the person I might have been. He is not just cruel. He is a connoisseur of cruelty, delighting in the subtle public humiliations that leave no visible marks, but carve deep wounds into my soul. I take a delicate sip of wine, the liquid tasteless in my mouth, and endure. The feast drones on, a symphony of tinkling crystal, silver cutlery, and the meaningless, self-important chatter of my captors. As soon as the feast concludes, I feign a headache, a common and believable ailment for a creature they consider so fragile. Zaran dismisses me with a wave of his hand, his attention already turning to a brutal-looking war game being set up on a side table. "See that you are well rested for tomorrow, little pet," he sneers. "I have a new gown for you to display. Try not to look so pale in it." I curtsy, murmur my assent, and flee. My movements are a practiced, silent glide through the deserted corridors, the sound of my silk slippers a faint whisper against the polished marble. I do not go to my chambers, to the opulent prison of my rooms in the east wing. I go to the one place in this vast, cold estate where I feel a glimmer of something other than despair. The path to the menagerie is a journey between worlds. The main halls of the estate are masterpieces of cold, sterile beauty, the air thick with the cloying scent of elven incense and the weight of unspoken threats. Every polished surface seems to reflect my own trapped existence. Every shadow seems to hold a lurking accusation. But as I descend the servants' stairs and slip out into the frozen courtyard, the air changes. It is sharp, clean, and honest. The menagerie, a place of misery and confinement for the creatures within, has become my sanctuary. I run across the snow-dusted flagstones. I am not running from Zarin anymore. I am running toward something, toward the only real thing in this entire suffocating lie of a life. The heavy oak door of the menagerie groans as I push it open, the familiar scents of hay, beast, and damp earth a welcome comfort. I am home. The menagerie is silent, the beasts within either sleeping or watching me with the dull, resigned eyes of the long-term captive. I move past the griffin with its broken wing, past the pack of wargs who pace their enclosure with a relentless, desperate energy. My heart aches for them, a familiar, empathetic sorrow for my fellow prisoners. Tarek is awake. He is a massive, dark shape in the gloom of his magically reinforced cage in the farthest corner, a place reserved for the most dangerous of my guardian's acquisitions. He watches my approach, his deep-set, unreadable eyes following my every move. The moonlight slanting through the high, grimy windows catches the faint sheen of his scarred skin, the coiled power in the muscles of his shoulders. Raw, untamed strength, so cruelly contained. The sight of him is a mirror of my own soul, a reflection of the fierce, wild thing I keep caged within myself. I kneel before the bars, the cold iron biting into my skin, so different from the heat of my own desperate emotions. The suffocating weight of Zarin's cruelty, of my own hopeless future, comes crashing down on me, and a single choked sob escapes my lips. I have held it together through the entire feast, a perfect, smiling doll. But here, in his silent, non-judgmental presence, the mask crumbles. He is a monster, I whisper, the words a raw, ragged tear in the silence. They all are. They live in these beautiful halls, and they speak in beautiful words, but their souls are as cold and barren as this winter. I press my forehead against the bars, the metal biting into my skin, a welcome, grounding pain. The raw, unfiltered truth of my existence pours out of me in a torrent of whispered words. They parade me like a prize. They dress me like a doll. They speak of my beauty, but they have no interest in my mind, in my heart. To them, I am just an object, a symbol of their power. A pretty, breakable toy for a cruel, spoiled boy to play with. My voice trembles, thick with a grief and a rage I have never dared to express before. I reach a trembling hand through the bars, an act of pure, unthinking instinct. My fingers, light as a feather, brush against the back of his large, calloused hand. The contact is a jolt, a spark of warmth in the cold, empty landscape of my life, and it seems to startle us both. He does not pull away. He simply remains still, a mountain of contained power, allowing the contact. Emboldened, I let my fingers rest against his skin. It is rough, scarred, the hand of a warrior who has known a world of pain and survival I can barely imagine. And yet, beneath the calluses, I feel a steady, life-affirming warmth. You're the only real thing here, I confess, the words a final, desperate truth. Tarek does not speak. He simply turns his hand, his large fingers closing around mine. His grip is not crushing, but it is firm, absolute, a silent, unwavering promise. In the shared, secret darkness, our breaths mingle in the cold air. His unyielding presence, a silent, steady anchor in the storm of my despair, is a comfort more profound than any empty words could ever be. It is a promise that in this cage, at least, I am not alone. And as I kneel there, my hand held in his, I feel the first, dangerous flicker of a hope I had thought long extinguished.
Chapter 11. Tarek. Her hand is a small, fragile thing in mine, the bones as delicate as a bird's. The contact, a simple meeting of flesh, is a more potent shock to my system than the magical wards that hum on the bars between us. Her skin is soft, her pulse a frantic, trapped rhythm against my thumb. I hold her there, in the shared secret darkness, silence stretching, becoming a living entity between us, For weeks she has been a variable, a complication I cannot control but have come to rely on. She is the bringer of food, the tender of wounds, the silent confessor to whom I have offered nothing in return but my own stoic presence. But now something has shifted. The line between captor and captive, between beast and lady, has blurred into this single, profound point of contact. The strategist in me, the part of my mind that is a constant calculating echo of my brother Silas, demands clarity. Her nightly visits are a reckless, suicidal gamble. I have seen the casual cruelty of the elves who are her masters. They will not be merciful if they discover her treason. I have to understand the depth of her resolve. I have to know if she is a dependable ally or a fragile girl whose compassion will get us both killed. I have to test the steel I suspect lies beneath her silken exterior. I finally break the silence, my voice a low rumble in the quiet menagerie. "Why do you keep coming back, Annalise?" She flinches at the directness of the question, her gaze dropping from mine to our joined hands. I feel her try to pull away, a flicker of her old, ingrained fear, but I do not release her. I hold her steady, my grip a silent demand for the truth. I bring you food," she stammers, the answer a weak, transparent shield. "That is what you do," I correct, my voice patient but unyielding. "It is not why you do it. You risk a punishment I do not think you can even imagine to bring scraps to a monster in a cage. Why?" I watch her struggle, her brow furrowed in concentration. I can see her searching for a logical answer, a reason that would satisfy the grim, pragmatic warrior she sees before her. But there is no logical answer. Her rebellion is not an act of strategy. It is an act of the heart. "I don't know," she finally whispers, the admission a raw, honest thing. She lifts her head, and her forest green eyes, shimmering with an emotion I cannot name, meet mine. I only know that my entire life has been a performance. I smile when I am told to smile. I speak the words I am meant to speak. My own thoughts, my own feelings. They are a secret country no one has ever visited. Her voice drops, becoming thick with a desperate, beautiful truth. "But here," she says, her free hand coming up to rest on the cold iron bars between us. "In this place, with you, I can breathe. For the first time in my life, I feel like I can actually breathe." Her confession is not the answer I had expected. It is not the answer a strategist can account for. It is a simple, devastating truth that bypasses all of my defenses and strikes me directly in the soul. She is not here out of pity. She is not here out of a misguided sense of charity. She is here because my cage has impossibly become her only sanctuary, the only place in her world where she is not required to be a doll. In that moment, the last of my own carefully constructed walls crumbles. The stoic warrior, the grieving brother, the failed soldier, they all recede, replaced by a fierce, primal, and utterly possessive instinct. She is not a variable. She is not a complication. She is mine. And the thought of her after this is all over, being left to fend for herself in a world that has shown her nothing but cruelty, is an agony I cannot bear. The vow is forged in that instant, a promise born not of duty, but of a fierce, protective need so profound it feels as if it has been etched onto my very being. "If I leave this place," I say, my voice a low, unbreakable oath, "you leave with me." The words hang in the air between us, a declaration that changes everything. I watch her absorb them, her eyes widening, her lips parting in a silent gasp. I feel a violent tremor run through her hand, a shock wave of pure, unadulterated hope. It is a hope so new, so fragile, it is almost indistinguishable from terror. For a long moment she simply stares at me, her mind clearly struggling to comprehend the future I have just offered her. A future beyond the bars of her gilded cage, a future of snow and of freedom, a future at my side. The seed is planted, the abstract concept of escape, which has been a solitary, desperate dream for us both, has just become a shared, tangible goal. My mission is no longer just about finding my brothers, about saving my world. It is about saving hers. And I know, with an absolute and unshakable certainty, that I will burn this entire rotten estate to the ground to make that promise a reality.
Chapter 12. Annalise. I wake with a ragged gasp, my body flushed from the dream of Tarek's dark eyes, seeing me as his queen. The image sears itself into my mind, his gaze, intense and possessive, promising a future I'm not sure I want, yet can't deny. The opulent chambers, silk-draped bed, jewel-encrusted vanity, and rich tapestries depicting fantastical beasts mock my captivity in moonlight's silver glow. Each luxurious detail, from the softest fabrics to the shimmering gems, feels like a gilded cage. His promise, if I leave this place, you leave with me, burns within me, a defiant spark in my suffocating luxury, a silent rebellion against the gilded chains that bind me. It's a promise of freedom, but also a new form of servitude, tied irrevocably to a man I barely know, yet whose presence consumes my every waking thought and invades my dreams. My body, a vessel of suffering and a mere instrument in Lord Zaren's cruel and sadistic games, has never truly belonged to me. It has been a canvas for his brutal whims, a possession to be used and discarded at his leisure, utterly devoid of my own will or agency. Yet within this subjugated form, a nascent rebellion stirs, ignited by the raw, untamed strength and profound honour of Tarek. I close my eyes, and in the sanctuary of my mind, I conjure his image. I see his hands, strong and scarred from battles fought and victories won, not as symbols of brutality, but as conduits of a protective power. I feel the echoes of his Manticore strength, a force of nature that resonates with something wild and yearning deep within my own spirit. His raw power, unbridled and fiercely loyal, paints a vivid picture of me, not the meticulously adorned, silenced ornament of the Dark Elves' court, but a woman capable of defiance, of reclaiming what was stolen, and of forging her own destiny. In his presence, I glimpse a future where my body is not a cage, but a sanctuary, and my spirit, finally, is free. My hands slide beneath the silk sheets, trembling with defiance. Touching myself is war, a revolt against those who chain me. My fingers stroke my wet heat, claiming what's mine, guided by Tarek's image.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. In the aftermath, my body hums, the silken prison no longer my master. His promise, his strength, kindles belief in my freedom. It's the most exhilarating feeling I've known.
Chapter 13. Tarek. There is a new light in her eyes when she comes to me now, a confidence that was not there before. My promise, if I leave this place, you leave with me, was a seed, and in the fertile ground of her own quiet desperation, it has taken root. She is no longer just a survivor, she is a conspirator. She begins the familiar ritual of tending to my wounds, her touch now possessing a steady, deliberate intimacy. As she rebandages my forearm, her fingers trace the edge of a much older scar, a jagged, silver line that is a relic of a life she cannot imagine. You have seen many battles, she says softly. It is not a question. I have, I rumble, my voice a low growl in the quiet menagerie. Her fingers linger on the scar. This one is different from the others. My muscles tense beneath her touch. She sees too much. It is an old wound. Nothing more. No, she counters, her voice gentle but firm, refusing my dismissal. She finally looks up, her intelligent green eyes meeting mine. The others are from claws, from blades. They are the marks of a warrior, but this one... Her gaze is so direct, so full of a quiet empathy it feels like a physical touch on my soul. This one feels different. It's the reason for your silence, isn't it? My brothers would never ask such a thing. We all carry our ghosts, and we have a silent, unspoken pact to let them lie. Her question is a violation of that sacred law, a trespass into the one part of my soul I keep locked away from the world. My first instinct is to snarl, to retreat behind the wall of the beast she first saw. You speak of things you do not understand, I say, my voice harsher than I intend. She does not flinch. She does not pull away. She simply holds my gaze, her own unwavering. Perhaps, she concedes. Or perhaps I understand cages better than you think. Not all of them are made of iron, Tarek. Some are made of silence. Her words strike me with the force of a physical blow. She has seen right through me. She has looked past the monster, past the warrior, and has seen the prisoner within. The urge to reinforce my defenses, to push her away with a cruel word, dies in my throat. For the first time in years, I feel the walls of my own fortress begin to crumble. Let out a long, slow breath I do not realize I have been holding. The admission is a profound act of vulnerability, a crack in the armor I have worn for so long. Some wounds, I say, my voice barely a whisper, are not meant for the light of day. I expect her to see me then as a broken, tragic thing. I expect pity, or perhaps a new and more sensible fear. But Annalise simply meets my gaze, her own eyes clear and steady. Then I am not afraid of the dark. Her words, her simple, absolute acceptance of all that I am, are a more powerful healing balm than any of her elven salves. She is not trying to fix me. She is not trying to save me. She is simply offering to sit with me in the ruins. The shame, the grief, the loneliness that has been my constant companion, it all recedes just for a moment in the face of her unwavering, courageous, beautiful empathy. My chest tightens, a new, almost painful sensation, as if a long frozen part of me is beginning to thaw. This small, fragile, impossibly strong woman makes me admit a truth I have not known myself until this very moment. You see me, I whisper. And in the shared darkness of the menagerie, for the first time in a very long time, I am not a monster or a broken soldier. I am simply Tarek.
Chapter 14. Annalise. His strength is returning. I feel it under my hands, a deep, resonant power thrumming back to life in the hard muscle of his leg. The raw, mangled ruin of flesh and bone I first tended to is slowly, miraculously, mending into a landscape of new scars and coiled strength. The beast I found, broken and bleeding in the straw, is transforming back into the warrior he is meant to be. And the change in him is changing me. His healing is a testament to my own secret rebellion, a tangible result of my defiance. Every stolen moment, every smuggled bandage, is a small victory against the suffocating emptiness of my life. I feel lightheaded with the danger of it, with the reckless, beautiful audacity of what we are doing together. The wounded patient I am caring for is becoming a formidable ally, and the shift in our dynamic is as exhilarating as it is frightening. The bars of his cage seem more fragile with every passing day, and the possibility of his freedom, of our freedom, feels more real, more attainable than ever before. Tonight, after a particularly grueling dinner, I flee to the menagerie. The world outside his cage is a nightmare of veiled threats and certain pain. Zaren's words still echo in my ears, his voice a low, proprietary purr, as he'd leaned close at the table, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "I do hope you don't scream too much on our wedding night, little pet. It's so unbecoming. Though I suppose a bit of a struggle does make the conquest all the more satisfying." Now, in the honest darkness of the menagerie, I feel an odd sense of safety. Tarek is standing when I arrive, not leaning against the back wall, but standing in the centre of his cage, his massive frame radiating an intimidating, godly energy. He sees the terror in my eyes, the fresh horror I carry from the feast hall, and he moves closer to the bars, his presence a silent, unwavering, protective shield. The contrast between the two males, the cruel, preening boy who is to be my husband, and the silent, honourable warrior who is my fellow prisoner, is a stark and brutal reality. Without thinking, driven by a need so profound it bypasses all of my carefully constructed defences, I lean my forehead against the cold iron of his cage, my own body trembling. He does not speak. He simply stands there, his warmth a tangible, grounding force on the other side of the bars. The simple, solid reality of him is an anchor in the chaotic storm of my life. In his presence, the terror begins to recede, replaced by a feeling I have never known before. "I have never felt safe in my entire life," I whisper, the confession a raw, ragged thing. "Not once. Until now. With you." A low growl rumbles in his chest, a sound not of aggression, but of a deep, possessive, utterly primal empathy. He reaches a hand through the bars, his large, scarred fingers gently touching my cheek. The touch is a fire that sears through the cold iron, through the years of my own lonely fear. I turn my face into his hand, my eyes closing, and I lean into him, the bars pressing into my skin, a cruel but necessary barrier. I feel him lean in as well, his breath warm against my hair, then my temple. For a single, heart-stopping moment, the world narrows to the small, charged space between our mouths. The cries of the other caged beasts, the damp chill of the stone floor, the very bars that separate us, it all vanishes. There is only the intense space between us, the promise of a kiss that feels like it could either save me or shatter me completely. The urge to close that distance, to taste him, to lose myself in him, is the most powerful sensation I have ever felt. The moment stretches, a taut, shimmering thread of an impossible possibility. His lips are so close, his scent, a wild, masculine, utterly honest scent of musk and of strength, fills my senses. My entire being yearns to bridge the final, infinitesimal gap between us. But the fear, the lifetime of conditioning, the sheer, overwhelming terror of what that kiss would mean, is a more powerful force. To kiss him would be to admit the truth of what I feel, a truth so dangerous it could get us both killed. It is one thing to be a secret sympathizer, a healer in the shadows. It is another thing entirely to be the lover of a caged beast, a traitor to my own captors. The reality of our situation, the bars, the danger, the insurmountable odds, crashes down on me with the force of a physical blow. With a small, choked sob, I pull away, the spell shattered. My heart is hammering, my entire body a taut, screaming wire of a want and a fear so profound they are indistinguishable. I stumble back from the cage, my hand flying to my mouth, my eyes wide with the horror of my own audacity. I have never been more terrified or more alive in my life. Without a word, without a backward glance, I turn and flee, not from him, but from the beautiful and utterly impossible truth I have just seen in his eyes and in my own heart.
Chapter 15. Tarek. Restlessness is a poison in my blood. My body is healing, the fire in my leg receding to a dull, manageable ache. I can stand now, can pace the 10-foot length of my cage, but it is not enough. I am a Manticore of Osiris. This confinement is a slow, grinding torment to my soul. I push myself, ignoring the protests of my muscles, forcing myself to walk, to put weight on the injured leg. Each step is a small victory, a reclamation of the strength that was stolen from me. The pain is a clarifying force, a welcome agony that burns away the last vestiges of the helpless beast I have been and reforges the warrior. I am a weapon with no war to fight, a protector with nothing to protect. I have a mission to complete, brothers to find, and now I have a promise to keep to the brave, impossible woman who is risking everything for me. My strength is no longer just my own. It is hers, and I will not fail her. She appears in the twilight, a silent ghost moving through the sleeping menagerie. But tonight she is not a bearer of solace. She is a storm. Her face is a pale mask of a barely contained fury, her green eyes blazing with a righteous fire that makes my own blood heat in response. She does not speak of her fears tonight. She speaks of her anger. "He wants to display me," she says, her voice a low, trembling wire of pure rage. She paces before my cage, her movements agitated, a caged storm of her own, trapped within the confines of her incandescent fury. Like one of his hunting trophies, he finds my silent defiance amusing. A game. He told me he intends to win once we are married. He will not just own me. He will break me. He will shatter every shard of my will until I am nothing but a docile, compliant reflection of his desires, I confess. "I will kill him," Tarek growls, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. He will relish in my forced submission, a grotesque parody of love, a twisted monument to his cruel ambition. But he is wrong. He will not break me. He may bend me. He may scar me, but he will never, ever shatter my spirit, I continue. "He will never," Tarek growls, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. My hands clench into fists, my claws sliding free with a soft, menacing click. Every word she speaks is another drop of fuel on the fire that is building in my soul. I see the pathetic, sneering face of the elven lord in my mind, and I want to tear the bars of this cage apart, to hunt down the pathetic worm who dares to call her his pet, and to show him what a true beast looks like. Her anger, her spirit, her beautiful, unbreakable defiance, it all culminates in an overwhelming surge of possessive need in my soul. My desire for freedom, which has been a strategic objective, a necessity for my mission, now merges completely with my desire for her. The two have become inseparable, a single, all-consuming primal need. To be free is to free her. To free her is to claim her. I watch her as she paces, a storm in a silken gown, and my control, the iron-willed discipline that has been the bedrock of my entire existence, is stretched to its absolute limit. My mission is no longer just about reaching Rach and finding my brothers. It is about her. I have to be worthy of the trust she has placed in me. I can no longer be the silent, wounded beast she seeks for comfort. I have to become the male she deserves, the warrior who can not only offer her solace, but can tear down the walls of her prison. The time has come for me to be a king. I cannot hold it in any longer. The truth of my intention, the vow that has been forged in the fire of my rage and my desire, demands to be spoken. I move to the bars of the cage, my presence a sudden, intense force that stops her frantic pacing. She freezes, her wide forest green eyes flying to mine. I can see her pulse, a frantic, wild bird beating in the delicate hollow of her throat. "One day you will be mine." I say the words, a low, guttural promise. I watch the conflict in her eyes, the terror warring with a nascent, exquisite hope. But not like this, I continue, my gaze fierce and possessive, a brand I am searing onto her very soul. Not as a prisoner to be taken, not as a prize won in a burning cage. My vision is no longer of the filthy straw and the cold iron bars of the menagerie. It is of a future I will forge for us, a future I will hew from the very flesh of our enemies if I have to. It will be in the open, I vow, beneath a boundless sky, as my mate. My words, my promise of an honorable, beautiful, impossible future hang in the air between us. I see the fear in her eyes, but I also see the brilliant, undeniable light of a hope she can no longer deny. And I know with an absolute and unshakable certainty that I will burn down this entire rotten world to make that promise a reality.
Chapter 16. Annalise. Hope is a poison, a beautiful, agonizing venom that now courses through every vein in my body. Tarek's promise, as my mate, was a spark in the suffocating darkness, and now it is a wildfire in my soul, consuming the pragmatic despair that has been my only shield for years. The world has shifted on its axis. The golden cage that once offered a predictable, monotonous misery now feels impossibly small, its silken bars pressing in until breath itself is a struggle. "You look distracted, my lady." The voice, sharp and cold as splintered ice, cuts through my reverie. I turn from the window where I have been staring out at the unforgiving snow. Valia, one of my guardian's senior house elves, stands in the doorway of my chambers. Her silver eyes, devoid of warmth, sweep over me in a quick, dismissive appraisal. "I was just enjoying the quiet, Valia," I reply, my own voice a careful, placid murmur. Vaelia glides into the room, her movements silent and fluid. She runs a long, slender finger over a jewel-encrusted vanity box, checking for dust that is never there. "You have been enjoying the quiet a great deal lately," she says, her tone light, but her words heavy with insinuation. "And in such unusual places. The menagerie, an odd choice for solitude. So earthy. A cold knot forms in my stomach. They are watching. Of course they are watching." "I find the creatures calming," I say, forcing a note of innocence into my voice. "Do you?" Valia's smile is a thin, cruel line. "Lord Zarin does not find it calming. He finds it peculiar. He is beginning to think his little human pet is becoming bored with her toys." She pauses, letting the threat hang in the air between us. Bored pets often require new, more stringent training to remind them of their place. My anger, which has been a low, simmering coal for a lifetime, now burns with a new heat. My compliance, which I once mistook for strength, now feels like nothing more than a slow, quiet surrender. "I will be sure to spend more time in the gallery," I say, my voice tight. "See that you do," Valia purrs. "The wedding feast is approaching. It would be a shame if the bride were to appear unwell, or worse, unwilling." She turns to leave, her parting shot delivered with casual precision. Lord Zarin's patience is not as boundless as his father's estate. Do try to remember that. The moment she is gone, the placid mask I wear crumbles. Her visit is not a warning, it is a declaration. The walls are closing in. My small secret acts of rebellion are no longer enough. Tarek's leg is healing, but the crude bandages I smuggle are a temporary measure. The risk of infection, of his brilliant strength failing because I am too afraid to procure what he truly needs, is a far greater torment than any punishment Zarin could devise. The debate is a short and silent war. My fear is a cold, familiar weight, but the fire of my newfound purpose is hotter. I will do it, for him. The estate is a labyrinth of silent, disapproving luxury. Every polished surface seems to reflect my guilt. Every shadow seems to hold a lurking accuser. I move through the corridors with the practiced silence of a ghost, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. Zarin's study is on the opposite side of the estate, a testament to his desire for privacy. This is an infiltration deep into enemy territory. The door is unlocked. He is arrogant, so certain of his power that he never considers defiance from a creature as insignificant as his human fiancée. The room smells of old leather, cloying incense, and a faint metallic tang of dried blood from the monstrous glass-eyed heads mounted on the walls. I move quickly, my hands shaking as I scan the ornate shelves. I find what I am looking for in a carved obsidian box. Several small ceramic pots of a powerful elven healing salve. As I tuck them into the hidden pockets of my gown, I hear voices from the adjoining chamber, the door left slightly ajar. It is Zarin and one of the younger human servants, a girl whose only crime was a clumsy spill at dinner. "You are a clumsy, useless creature," Zarin says, his tone one of bored amusement. "Perhaps a lesson is in order. Hold out your hands." I hear the girl's terrified whimper, followed by the sharp, stinging crack of a riding crop against flesh. Once, twice. The girl's choked sob is a physical blow to me. Any lingering doubt, any flicker of fear for my own safety, is incinerated in a blaze of pure, righteous fury. While his attention is occupied, my eyes fall upon another object on his desk, an old, beautifully crafted dagger, its hilt inlaid with mother of pearl. A letter opener, a forgotten trinket. But it is steel, and it is sharp. On impulse, an act of pure, unthinking rebellion, I snatch it. I will not be a victim, and Tarek will not be a beast without claws. Fleeing the study is a blur. The sound of the servants weeping follows me down the corridor, a harrowing reminder of what I am fighting against. The menagerie now feels like a rebel camp. I reach his cage, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Tarek is awake, his dark eyes immediately finding mine. He sees the terror on my face, and he pushes himself to his feet, a low, questioning growl rumbling in his chest. I fumble with the latch on the feeding door, my hands still trembling, not with fear, but with the sheer, overwhelming force of my own adrenaline. I push the stolen items through the small opening. Tarek looks from the pots of elven salve to the pearl-handled dagger, and then back to my face, his dark eyes wide with a dawning, stunned understanding. He sees not just the objects, but the rebellion they represent. I see a flicker of something in his expression I have never seen before, a raw, fierce pride that is so profound it steals my breath. I press my face close to the bars, the cold iron biting against the heat flooding my own cheeks. "This is not just for you," I whisper. I meet his gaze, and in the depths of his dark, beautiful eyes, I see my own courage reflected back at me. "I will not let this place be your tomb," I vow, my words a promise not just to him, but to myself. And I will not let it be mine. I press the stolen items more firmly into his hands, my own fingers brushing against his. "Take them," I whisper, my voice now a fierce, desperate, unwavering command. "I want you to live."
Chapter 17. Tarek. The pearl-handled dagger and the elven salves lie on the straw beside me, a small hoard of stolen courage. I look from them to her face, still pressed close to the bars, and for the first time since waking in this frozen hell, the cold, hard knot of my own despair begins to dissolve. She has not just brought me tools for survival. She's brought me a testament to her own transformation. The frightened girl who first stumbled into this menagerie is gone, and in her place stands a warrior. "Calm yourself," I say. "You're braver than you think." Her adrenaline is fading now. I can see it in the way the fierce light in her eyes begins to soften, replaced by the dawning, terrifying realization of what she has just done. Her hands, which had been so steady as she pressed the rebellion into mine, begin to tremble. It is a small, almost imperceptible tremor, but in the charged silence of the menagerie, it is a seismic event. She sees me notice and tries to hide her hands in the folds of her gown, a flicker of the old, conditioned shame returning to her eyes. She is embarrassed by her fear, by this show of weakness after such a profound act of strength. My own hands, large and scarred, reach through the bars before I have consciously decided to move. I do not grab or seize. I simply cover her trembling fingers with my own. My touch, a silent, steadying weight. She freezes, her breath catching in her throat. Her skin is impossibly soft beneath my calloused palm, her bones as delicate as a bird's. A surge of fierce, protective instinct, so potent it is almost a physical pain, washes through me. "You are the bravest soul I've ever known, Annalise," I say, my voice a low rumble, the words an unvarnished truth. "I have seen warriors with a fraction of your courage break on the battlefield." Her eyes widen, and I see a shimmer of moisture gather in their green depths. She shakes her head, a small, jerky movement of denial. "No," she whispers, her voice a fragile, breaking thing. "I'm not brave. I'm terrified. My heart feels as if it will beat its way out of my chest." The confession, the raw, honest admission of her fear, is a gift of trust so profound it humbles me. She's not trying to be a stoic warrior for me. She's showing me the terrified, trembling woman who exists beneath the armor of her defiance. She's showing me her true self, and it is my duty, as the one she has placed her trust in, to show her mine. The words are the hardest I have ever spoken. They feel like a betrayal of every lesson of discipline, of every wall of stoic endurance I have ever built around myself. But they are the truth, and she deserves the truth. "So am I confess, the words barely a whisper. Her head snaps up, her eyes locking with mine. I see the shock on her face, the pure, uncomprehending disbelief. I am Tarek, the unflinching, the stone wall, the beast who has met her terror with nothing but growls and a grim, silent strength. For me to admit fear is to shatter the very foundation of the image she has of me. And in that moment of shared, terrifying honesty, she sees me for the first time. Not as the monster in the cage, not as the stoic, unbreakable warrior. She sees the man. A man who is wounded and trapped and frightened of the darkness that lies ahead. A single tear escapes her eye and traces a path down her pale cheek. She does not pull her hand away. Instead, she turns it, her small fingers lacing with my own through the bars. It is not a touch of pity. It is a touch of solidarity. A touch that says, "I see you, and I'm not afraid." The connection is a jolt that goes straight to my core. A fire, low and primal, ignites in my blood. I look at her tear-streaked face, at her beautiful, courageous, terrified eyes, and a wave of pure, possessive need, so savage and so absolute. It almost steals my breath, crashes through me. I imagine tearing these bars apart, pulling her into the cage with me, and taking her right there in the filthy straw, a brutal, claiming act that would brand her as mine in the face of this entire, rotten world. I imagine the sounds she would make, the way her body would yield to mine, the way she would scream my name in the darkness. The fantasy is so vivid, so powerful, that a low growl rumbles in my chest. She flinches, a flicker of the old fear returning to her eyes, and the spell is broken. Shame, cold and sharp, pierces through the heat of my desire. What am I thinking? She is not a prize to be taken. She is a warrior to be honored. I need to cage the monster she has just glimpsed. She deserves more than that. She deserves a king, not a beast. And I will have to learn to be both if I'm ever going to be worthy of her.
Chapter 18. Annalise. The menagerie is different now. The air, once thick only with the scent of hay and misery, now hums with a new and dangerous energy. Tarek's confession from the night before, "So am I," echoes in my mind, a quiet reverberation that has shaken the very foundations of my world. The intimidating beast I discovered in the cage is gone, replaced by a man who is as haunted and as frightened as I am. This shared vulnerability has created a bond more intimate and profound than any secret touch we'd exchanged. He has confided his fear in me, and the profound trust he'd placed in me feels less like a burden and more like a mantle of honor. I move through the deserted corridors, my basket of salves and clean linen in my hand, my heart a nervous, fluttering sensation against my ribs. As I round the final corner before the servants' stairs that lead to the courtyard, a figure steps from the shadows, blocking my path. "Well, well," the voice slurs, dripping with condescending amusement. "If it isn't the little human pet, out for another one of her midnight strolls." It is Kalen, the guard who sometimes brings Tarek his slop. He reeks of cheap, spiced wine, and his silver eyes gleam with a lazy, predatory light. A cold knot of fear tightens in my stomach. "Good evening, Kalen," I say, my voice a placid murmur, my gaze fixed on a point just past his shoulder. "I was just going to see the beasts," he finishes for me, taking an unsteady step closer. He is close enough now that I can feel the heat from his body. "A strange hobby for a future lady of the house. Don't you have enough beasts to look at in the gallery?" He chuckles, a wet, unpleasant sound. "Or perhaps you prefer them living? More visceral." "I find them calming," I say, the lie tasting like ash in my mouth. I try to step around him, but he shifts, blocking me again. "Calming," he repeats, savouring the word. "Lord Zarin doesn't find it calming, he finds it peculiar. He says a bride's mind should be on her duties." His gaze drops, lingering on the bodice of my gown. "And other pleasantries." "I will keep that in mind," I say, my voice turning to ice. "Now, if you'll excuse me." "Oh, I don't think I will," he purrs, reaching out and grabbing my arm. His grip is surprisingly strong. "You're always so quiet, little pet. So obedient. I wonder what it would take to make you make a sound." Panic, cold and sharp, lances through me, but on its heels comes a wave of pure, incandescent rage. This pathetic, drunken fool dares to touch me, to threaten me. I think of Tarek, of the quiet dignity with which he bears his own torment. I will not dishonour him or myself by cowering. I do not pull away. Instead, I turn my head and look him directly in the eye, letting the placid mask I wear fall away for just a fraction of a second. I let him see the cold, hard contempt I feel for him, for all of them. "Release me, Kalen," I say, my voice no longer a whisper, but a low, quiet command. "Or I will be forced to tell Lord Zarin that one of his guards was putting his hands on his property before the wedding. I wonder how he would feel about another male touching his prize." I see a flicker of doubt in his wine-addled eyes. He is cruel, but he is not stupid. He knows the volatile, possessive nature of his young lord. To be seen as a rival, even in jest, would not end well for him. He holds my gaze for a moment longer, a silent battle of wills in the darkened corridor. Then, with a sneer, he releases my arm, shoving me back a step. "You're no fun, little pet," he spits. "Go play with your monsters. It's where you belong." He turns and saunters away, leaving me trembling in the silence, my heart hammering against my ribs. The encounter has lasted less than a minute, but it has left me feeling raw and exposed. I take a deep, shuddering breath, clutching my basket to my chest, and continue on my way. The close call a stark reminder of the razor's edge on which I am walking. When I finally reach the menagerie, the familiar scents of hay and beast are a welcome comfort. Tarek is waiting, a massive, still shadow in the back of his cage. He must have sensed the change in me, the lingering scent of fear and anger, because he moves to the bars immediately, a low, questioning growl rumbling in his chest. I kneel before him, trying to compose myself. It was nothing. A guard with too much wine and not enough sense. His eyes narrow, searching my face. "He touched you. It is not a question." "He is not important," I insist, opening my basket and beginning the ritual of tending his wounds. My hands are still trembling slightly. As I clean a shallow cut on his chest, he catches my wrist, his grip gentle but firm, stopping my movements. You are trembling. I am fine, I say, a little too quickly. I try to pull my hand away, but he holds it fast. You are a terrible liar, Annalise, he rumbles, his voice a low, soft vibration that does more to steady me than any command. He releases my wrist, allowing me to continue. I work, the silence stretching, but it is different now, charged. The scent of the elven salve is sharp, but beneath it, I can smell the warm, musky scent of him, a scent that is becoming dangerously familiar. My fingers brush against the hard muscle of his abdomen, and I feel a jolt of heat that has nothing to do with anger. You are healing quickly, I murmur, my voice a little breathless as I focus on a cut just below his ribs. The salves are working. It is not just the salves, he says, his gaze intense. You are a better healer than you know. I am a better thief, I counter, a flicker of defiance returning. These are my fiancé's finest remedies. I hope they cause him some inconvenience. A low chuckle, a sound I have never heard from him before, rumbles in his chest. A rebel and a thief. A dangerous combination. You should know, I say, my gaze finally lifting to meet his. You are consorting with one. The air crackles. The moment our gazes lock, the world falls away. The playful banter, the shared defiance, it all coalesces into something raw and unguarded. I see not the warrior, but the man who has confessed his fear to me, his eyes a sea of vulnerability and a stark, aching want that mirrors my own. He sees me, truly sees me, not as a lady or a healer, but as a woman, his equal. The intensity of it, the sheer truth of it, is too much. With a choked, silent gasp, I break the gaze, the spell shattered. I scramble to my feet, my movements clumsy, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Without a word, without a backward glance, I turn and flee, not from him, but from the beautiful, terrifying promise I have just seen in his eyes. Sleep does not come. I lie in my silken bed, the memory of our conversation replaying itself over and over. His eyes, so full of a raw, unguarded emotion, have seen straight through my defences. And he has not flinched. The intimacy of it has shattered me. I toss and turn, the fine linen sheets a tangle around my legs. The heat that has coiled in my belly now returns, a slow, insistent ache that is both a torment and a thrill. When exhaustion finally claims me, my dreams are consumed by him. I dream of his hands, large and scarred, not holding a weapon, but touching me with a reverence that is a question, a promise, and a prayer all in one. I wake with a sharp, ragged gasp, my body aching with a pleasure that is entirely of the mind. My desire is now an undeniable truth. I am no longer just his ally, I am his. And the thought of what that means is enough to make me tremble in the darkness.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Prathika are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Prothika's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 19. Tarek. You haunt me, Annalise, I murmur, my voice low in the menagerie's dank silence, my manticore blood stirring as I picture her bare before me. I see you spread out, wanting me, moaning for me as I moan for you. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 20. Annalise. I return to my chambers floating on a current of fierce, defiant joy. My body still hums with the memory of Tarek's touch, a secret, sacred fire that warms me from the inside out. In the filthy darkness of his cage, I have claimed something I never knew I possessed. My own power. My own choice. The moonlight streaming through the tall, arched windows seems brighter tonight. The silken sheets on my bed less like a shroud and more like a river of silver. I look at my reflection in the mirror, at my swollen lips, and the wild, bright light in my eyes. I do not see a victim. I see a conspirator, a rebel, a queen. The door to my chambers crashes open, the sound of violent splintering of the peace. I spin around, my heart leaping into my throat, as Zisk, my elven governess, sweeps into the room. She is a tall, severe figure, with hair the colour of spun silver and eyes like chips of ice. She has overseen my education since I was a child, a process that has involved more lessons in silent obedience than in literature. "My Lady Zisk," I begin, my voice trembling slightly as I try to regain my composure. "You are unexpected." "Silence," she snaps, her cold gaze sweeping over me in a dismissive, clinical appraisal. Lord Renlir has instructed me to perform a final inspection, to ensure the master's property is in suitable condition for the wedding night. My blood runs cold. "Inspection?" "Of course," she says, her lip curling with a faint, cruel amusement. "A valuable asset must be assessed for purity. We cannot have the young lord receiving damaged goods, can we?" She gestures toward the bed with a long, slender finger. "On the bed. Now. Remove your gown." The command is so absolute, so devoid of any consideration for my own will, that for a moment I cannot move. The warmth of Tarek's reverent touch feels a lifetime away. A beautiful, fragile dream that is being shattered by this cold, brutal reality. My body, which I have just claimed as my own, is once again being treated as nothing more than an object to be examined and appraised. "I said now," Zisk repeats, her voice dropping to a low, menacing hiss. My hands, which had been so steady as I tended to Tarek's wounds, now tremble as I fumble with the laces of my gown. I move as if in a trance, my mind a numb, roaring void. I lie on the bed, the fine silk sheets a cold, unwelcome caress against my bare skin, and I stare at the canopy above, my vision blurring as I fight back the tears. Zisk's hands are as cold as her eyes. Her touch is not cruel in its force, but in its absolute clinical detachment. She treats me as a butcher would a piece of meat, her examination efficient, invasive, and utterly humiliating. As her cold fingers probe and assess, I close my eyes and flee into my own mind. I think of Tarek. I think of his large, scarred hands and the gentle, worshipful way they have touched me, I think of his voice, a low, steady rumble that has confessed his fear to me. I cling to the memory of him, a solitary point of light in the suffocating darkness of my own shame. I think my rage is a cold, hard stone forming in the pit of my stomach. This is what they think of me. This is what I am to them. A thing, a prize, a piece of property to be inspected and passed from one master to another. Acceptable, Zisk finally announces, her voice a final, dismissive judgment. Though you are, as is typical of your kind, remarkably fragile. See that you do not break on your wedding night. The young lord has little patience for broken toys. She turns and glides from the room without a backward glance, leaving me in a tangle of silk sheets and shattered dignity. The moment the door clicks shut, the dam of my control breaks, and a single choked sob escapes my lips. The tears come then, hot and silent, a flood of grief not for my lost innocence, but for the beautiful, fragile moment of power that has been so brutally stolen from me. It is in this state, curled into a small, trembling ball, that a soft, hesitant knock comes at the door. My lady. It is Lyra's voice, small and timid. I was concerned. May I come in? The sound of Lyra's soft, hesitant knock is an intrusion from another world. For a moment, I don't move, letting the sound hang in the air, a fragile question in the heavy silence of my chambers. My tears have subsided, leaving behind the cold, hard residue of rage. Zisk's violation has not broken me. It has forged my fear into a weapon. My lady? Lyra's voice is muffled by the heavy oak door, laced with her usual timid concern. I was worried. May I come in? Come in, Lyra, I call, my voice a perfect imitation of calm. She slips into the room, her eyes wide with a worry that quickly turns to confusion. She has clearly expected to find me distraught. Instead, she finds me sitting at my vanity, my back to her, seemingly composed. I am sorry to disturb you, my lady, she begins, wringing her hands in the folds of her apron. It is late. I was concerned. I turn from the mirror, my own expression a mask of polite inquiry I do not feel. I was just enjoying the silence, Lyra, I say. Her gaze darts around the opulent room, as if expecting to find the source of my distress hiding behind the silken drapes. You have been enjoying the quiet a great deal lately, my lady, she says, her voice barely a whisper. You disappear for hours at a time. The other servants, they have begun to notice. So the whispers have started. The net is tightening. Lord Zarin was asking after you earlier, Lyra adds, her fear for me palpable. He was not in a pleasant mood. I force a light, dismissive laugh. Lord Zarin is never in a pleasant mood, I say, gesturing for her to begin the nightly ritual of brushing my hair. The wedding preparations are overwhelming. I watch Lyra's reflection in the silver-gilt mirror. The girl's face is a study in doubt. She knows it is more than that. Her eyes are wide with a fear that is not just for my safety, but for her own. To be the handmaid of a disgraced bride-to-be is a dangerous position in this household. Lyra takes the silver-backed brush and begins to work on my hair, her movements hesitant, her touch feather-light. It is just the menagerie, my lady, she finally whispers, the words a rush of desperate concern. It's an odd place to seek solitude. It is cold and the creatures there are dangerous. I meet my handmaid's terrified gaze in the mirror. The creatures in the menagerie are more honest in their cages than the ones who walk these halls freely, I say, my voice quiet but firm. They do not pretend to be anything other than what they are. I find that comforting. The explanation is a half-truth, but it is the only one I can offer. I see Lyra's confusion, the way her brow furrows in a mixture of fear and a dawning, horrified understanding. She does not know the details of my secret, but she knows that her mistress is playing a dangerous game. "Please be careful, my lady." Lyra presses, her fear making her bold. "So close to your wedding." "I am quite well, Lyra," I say, my tone a gentle but firm dismissal. "That will be all for tonight. I wish to sleep." Lyra flinches at my tone, her face paling. She gives a quick, jerky curtsy and practically flees the room, leaving me alone with my reflection. The conversation has been a clear warning. My secret is not as safe as I thought. My handmaid, out of loyalty and fear, will not betray me. But she is a weak link. And in this house of spies and whispers, a single weak link is all it takes for an entire rebellion to come crashing down. The stakes have just been raised. I have to be more careful, and I have to act soon.
Chapter 21. Tarek. The sound of the menagerie door groaning open long after Annalise is gone is my first warning. It is not her soft, stealthy tread. This is the heavy, arrogant tramp of booted feet, punctuated by a burst of drunken laughter that scrapes at my nerves. "Look at it!" a familiar voice sneers. Kalen, my jailer. He isn't alone. 2 other off-duty guards are with him, their silver eyes gleaming with the same casual cruelty, their breath reeking of cheap, cloying wine. Still alive. Pity. "Lord Zarin wants it kept healthy for the feast," another guard says with a bored drawl, kicking at a loose pile of straw. "Something about a hunt." "A hunt?" Kalen laughs, a wet, ugly sound. "This broken thing? It can barely stand. It will be a slaughter, not a hunt. Hardly any sport in it." He picks up a half-rotten piece of fruit from a bucket of slop, its skin bruised and weeping a foul-smelling liquid. "Still, no reason we can't have a little sport of our own. A bit of target practice to liven up a dull watch." He hurls the rotten fruit. I move with a speed that surprises them, my healing leg protesting with a sharp jab of pain. The fruit splatters against the back wall of the cage, the impact releasing a cloud of spores and the sickly sweet stench of decay. The other 2 guards grin, catching on to the game. "My silver on the left eye," one of them says, scooping up a handful of wet, clotted filth from the floor. The smell of ammonia and dung fills the air. "You're on," Kalen replies. "I'll take the right." What follows is a new kind of degradation. It is not the clean pain of a battlefield wound. It is a calculated, humiliating assault designed to strip away the last vestiges of my dignity, to remind me that in their eyes I am not a warrior. I am an animal, a thing. They throw rocks, clumps of dirt, and the foul refuse from the other cages. I become a creature of pure instinct, my body moving, twisting. A sharp-edged stone catches me on the ribs, the impact a bright, star burst of pain that steals my breath. I don't give them the satisfaction of a scream. Instead, a roar of pure, unadulterated fury rips from my throat, a sound so primal and so full of hate that it makes the very bars of the cage vibrate. They pause, shocked by the ferocity of it. "It speaks," one of them murmurs, a flicker of unease in his eyes. "Then let's make it scream!" Kalen snarls, angered by the defiance. He hurls another stone, which I catch. My reflex is sharp. I crush it to powder in my fist, letting the dust trickle through my fingers. "You will have to do better than that to break me, little elves," I roar, my voice a gravelly promise of violence. "I have endured pain from true warriors." This is an insult, not a torment. I meet Kalen's furious gaze. "Memorize my face, jailer. It will be the last thing you see when I'm free of this cage." His face contorts with rage. "Insolent beast, you'll be a rug in the young lord's chambers by week's end. And you will be a corpse in a ditch long before that," I counter, my voice cold and certain. A wet clump of dung hits my shoulder, the impact a soft, disgusting smack. The stench is overwhelming, a vile combination of piss and rot that clings to my fur. Instead of recoiling, I laugh. It is a low, guttural, terrifying sound that holds no humor. You throw filth like frightened children because it is all you have. You are soft, decadent. You have forgotten what a real fight is. It's no fun if it just talks, one of the other guards complains, unnerved by my laughter. He's right, Kalen agrees, a new, more vicious light in his eyes. He picks up a long, sharpened goad used for prodding stubborn beasts. No more games. Let's see if we can't get a proper roar out of him. He approaches the cage, sliding the tip of the goad through the bars, aiming for the tender flesh of my flank. Come closer, coward, I invite, my voice a silken threat. Let me see the fear in your eyes when I kill you. As the sharpened point lunges toward me, I move. My hand, a blur of motion, shoots out, my fingers closing around the wooden shaft of the goad in a grip of pure iron. Kalen's eyes widen in shock, his drunken amusement vanishing, replaced by a flicker of genuine terror. He tries to pull the weapon back, but it is like trying to move a mountain. With a guttural snarl, I yank. Kalen is pulled off balance, his face slamming hard against the iron bars of the cage. I hear a satisfying crunch as his nose breaks, and he lets out a high-pitched squeal of pain, stumbling back, his hands flying to his bloody face. I do not release the goad. Holding it firm, I use the bars as a fulcrum and, with a surge of pure, focused rage, snap the thick, iron-reinforced wood in two. The sharp crack echoes in the sudden, shocked silence of the menagerie. I hold the splintered half of the goad in my hand, its sharpened end now a crude, deadly spear. I meet the terrified gazes of the other two guards over Kalen's whimpering form, and for the first time, I let them see the beast they had been so eager to provoke. I let them see the cold, intelligent, murderous promise in my eyes. They scramble back, their drunken bravado evaporating, dragging their bleeding, blubbering friend with them. They flee the menagerie like the frightened, pathetic children they are, leaving me alone in the echoing silence. I stand in the center of my cage, my body bruised and filthy, the splintered goad held tight in my hand. The physical pain is nothing, but the humiliation, the violation, has burned away the last of my patience. My resolve, which has been focused on escape and survival, now narrows to a single, cold, and absolute point. I am no longer just a prisoner, planning his escape. I will not just escape this place. I will dismantle it stone by bloody stone, and I will start with them.
Chapter 22. Annalise. It is Zarin, his tone slick with a triumphant, proprietary glee, and the sound of it makes the fine hairs on my arms stand on end. I press myself into the shadows of a stone alcove, my heart a cold, heavy sensation in my chest. He is speaking to his father, their words echoing slightly off the racks of polished, deadly steel. The final preparations are made, Zarin boasts, and I can picture the arrogant smirk on his face. The ballroom cage, a work of art, father, a fitting centerpiece for the feast. The beast will be a brilliant spectacle before the hunt. My blood runs cold. The hunt. Lord Renly's voice, a low, silken purr of approval. And the special prize you mentioned? Will it serve its purpose? Perfectly. Zarin laughs, a sound devoid of any real humour. It will fuel the competition. Every young lord in the hall will be vying for the killing blow, for the honour of breaking in the new bride. It will be a night of exquisite sport. I feel the world tilt on its axis. The air rushes from my lungs in a silent, horrified gasp. It is not just a hunt. I am the prize. My body, my wedding night, is to be the trophy for whichever one of his sadistic friends manages to slaughter Tarek. The room begins to spin, and I think I might actually faint. But then, a new feeling, a fierce and desperate adrenaline, surges through me. There is no time for fear. I have to get to him. I have to warn him. I have to do something. I pull back from the alcove and I run. My flight to the menagerie, not the silent, stealthy creep of my previous visits, but a frantic, desperate race against a future that has just become an imminent and unbearable nightmare. My silk slippers slide on the polished marble, my breath coming in ragged, tearing gasps, my heart hammering against the cage of my ribs. The disapproving portraits of long-dead elves blur past me, their cold, silver eyes seeming to follow my panicked flight. Every shadow is a lurking guard, every distant sound the echo of my own impending doom. I burst out into the frozen courtyard, the cold air a shock to my lungs, and I do not slow. The heavy oak door of the menagerie groans under the force of my shove. An oppressive, waiting stillness hangs in the air. I race to the back, to the corner where his cage has always been, my mind a chaotic storm of half-formed plans and desperate prayers. And then I see it. The cage door hangs open, its lock broken, a piece of it dangling from a single, twisted hinge. The cage is empty. For a moment, a wild, impossible hope surges through me. He has escaped. He has broken free. But the hope dies as quickly as it was born. I see the signs of a violent struggle. The heavy wooden feeding trough has been splintered, its pieces scattered across the floor. The straw is kicked into chaotic piles, and among them I see a dark, spreading stain that I know, with a sickening certainty, is blood. A single, heavy, and magically enchanted chain lies discarded near the back wall, a testament to the battle that was fought here. He did not escape. He was taken. I stand there frozen, the silence of the empty cage roaring in my ears. The world narrows to the blood on the straw, to the broken lock, to the gaping emptiness where he should be. A choked sob escapes my lips, a sound of pure, absolute, hopeless despair. I have failed. I was too late. While I was playing the part of the perfect, obedient doll, they came for him. They have taken him. And now they are going to kill him. A small sound behind me, a soft scuff of a slipper on stone, shatters my trance. I spin around, my hand flying to my mouth to stifle a scream. Lyra, my handmaid, stands in the doorway, her hands twisting in the fabric of her apron, her face a pale, terrified mask in the gloom. My first thought is one of relief, a desperate, drowning instinct to cling to a familiar face. But the relief vanishes as I look at her, truly look at her. The fear in her eyes is not the fear of a servant worried for her mistress. It is the fear of a conspirator, of a guilty party that has been discovered. And at that moment, I understand everything. Her nervousness over the past weeks, her constant, probing questions about the menagerie, her fear that was not for me, but of me. The pieces click into place with devastating, soul-shattering certainty. The betrayal is not a possibility, it is fact. She begins to stammer, "My lady, I was so worried. You ran from the hall, I only followed to make sure you were safe. The lie is so pathetic, so transparent, an insult. My grief, my horror, my despair, all melts away, burned off by a wave of rage so pure and so cold, it's a clarifying force." I walk toward her, my steps slow and deliberate. She flinches, taking a half step back, her eyes wide with a dawning understanding of what she has just unleashed. The slap is sharp, the force of it sending her stumbling back against the doorframe. It is not just an act of anger. It is a final, brutal severing of my old life, of the woman who endured everything in silence. I see the red mark blooming on her pale cheek, the tears welling in her terrified eyes, and I feel nothing but a vast, empty coldness. My voice, when it comes, is not a scream. Instead, a chillingly final whisper. "You have no idea what you've done."
Chapter 23. Tarek. A rage so intense it is a physical force throws me against the bars of the cage. It is a useless, desperate act. The ancient magic flares, its green light a mocking reminder of my powerlessness, but I do not care. I roar, a sound of pure, thwarted fury that shakes the very stones of the menagerie, a promise of the violence I will visit upon them if I ever get free. My roar is answered not by silence, but by the sound of heavy, booted feet approaching at a run. It is not the clumsy shuffle of the usual sentries. This is the disciplined, purposeful tread of a warrior squad. The door to the menagerie crashes open, and a dozen dark elf guards flood the room. They are not the usual household guards. These are clad in black, functional armor, their faces cold and impassive, their silver eyes gleaming with a cruel efficiency. They carry not just swords, but heavy, enchanted chains and a thick iron collar that hums with a sickening magical energy. They have come not just to guard a prisoner, but to break a beast. The leader, an elf with a jagged scar across his lip, smirks at my defiance. It seems the pet has found its voice. A pity we must silence it. He produces a heavy iron key. Lord Renlier wants it moved to a more festive location. Open the cage. The moment the lock clicks, I launch myself. I'm a blur of wounded but furious motion, a cornered predator making his final, desperate stand. I take down the first two guards before they can even raise their weapons, my claws tearing through their leather armor, my roar of defiance echoing in the enclosed space. But it is not enough. They are too many, and I am too weak. They overwhelm me, a tide of black armor and cold steel. They bind me with the enchanted chains, the magic in them a living, parasitic thing that saps my strength, draining my will with every passing second. The iron collar is the final humiliation, its cold weight clamping around my neck, the magical energy in it, a suffocating fog that settles over my mind. "That's enough!" the leader commands as his men begin to beat me with the hilts of their swords. He must be conscious for the feast. Barely. I collapse onto the filthy straw, my body a symphony of fresh agonies. As my vision blurs, the last thing I see is the sneering face of the scarred elf. The shame of my failure is a more potent poison than any venom. I have failed her. I have failed my brothers. My final conscious thought is a silent, unbreakable vow. I will kill them all. Awareness returns not as a gradual dawn, but as a violent, jarring crash. The first sensation is the cold, not the damp, earthy chill of the menagerie, but the polished, sterile cold of marble beneath me. My body is a landscape of new bruises and old aches. I force my heavy eyelids open, and the world swims into a blurry, glittering focus. I am in a new and infinitely more humiliating prison. The cage is an ornate, golden creation, its bars twisted into the shapes of cruel, leering vines. It sits in the very center of a vast, opulent ballroom. Crystal chandeliers, currently unlit, hang from a vaulted ceiling painted with scenes of elven victories. This room, designed for celebration for life, is now my dungeon. And I am its centerpiece. I am not just caged, I am chained. Heavy, iron manacles, their surfaces etched with shimmering magical wards, bind my wrists and ankles, tethering me to the floor. The chains are short, giving me just enough room to sit or kneel, but not to stand to my full height. A deliberate, calculated humiliation. The memory of my brief, glorious taste of freedom, of the fight, of my failure, is a bitter ash in my mouth. I have promised her freedom, and now that vow feels like a cruel, mocking lie. The shame of it wounds me more deeply than any blow. The grand doors of the ballroom open, and my head snaps up. It is Lord Renler, his movements fluid and arrogant. Beside him is his son, Zarin, looking smug. And between them, a ghost in deep blue silk is Annalise. Her face is a pale, perfect mask of composure. But the moment her gaze finds me, chained and beaten in the center of the room, I see the mask crack. I see the raw horror, the profound heartbreak she tries so desperately to conceal. A surge of pure, protective fury, so potent it makes the magical chains hum, rips through me. She should not see me like this. She should not suffer for my failure. She takes a half step toward me, her hands clenched at her sides, and I shake my head, a single, sharp, almost imperceptible movement. Stay back. Do not show them you care. It is the cruelest, most necessary act I have ever done. A magnificent centerpiece, wouldn't you agree, my dear? Lord Renlier purrs, his voice echoing in the vast, empty hall. He gestures toward my cage as if presenting a work of art. A fitting decoration for the celebration of your union. Annalise's gaze is a mild, detached curiosity, a flawless performance. It is impressive, my lord. What is it? Zarin preens, stepping forward to take her arm. A manticore, my pet, he sneers, his hand possessively stroking her arm. A rare and vicious beast. I captured it myself in the northern forests. A dangerous hunt, but I knew you would appreciate such a powerful wedding gift. The lie is so blatant, so pathetic, it is almost laughable. My contempt for the elven lord is a cold, hard knot in my gut. He is not a warrior. He's a spoiled child claiming the victories of his father's guards as his own. A gift? Annalise asks, her voice a perfect imitation of innocent wonder. What will you do with it? Zarin's smile widens, becoming a cruel, sadistic thing. Why, we shall have a hunt, of course, he declares, his voice ringing with a performer's relish. Here, on the night of our wedding feast, a final entertainment for our guests. He looks from my caged form to Annalise's face, his eyes gleaming with a possessive, triumphant light. It will be a show of our house's power, a demonstration of my own prowess as a hunter. And, he adds, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial purr, I have added a special prize to the sport. He leans in and whispers something to her, and I see her flinch, a small, almost imperceptible tremor that she immediately controls. Zarin laughs and turns back to his father. I have declared that whoever lands the killing blow on the beast will be rewarded with the singular honor of spending the first night with my bride in my stead. A true prize for a true champion, wouldn't you agree, father? The words strike me with the force of a physical blow. A low, guttural growl, a sound of pure, murderous rage rips from my throat before I can stop it. The magical chains flare, their green wards tightening around my wrists, biting deep into my flesh as my muscles coil with a violence I can barely contain. They are not just going to kill me. They are going to turn my death into a game, and they are using her, my mate, as the trophy. I look across the ballroom, my gaze locking with Annalise's. I see the horror in her eyes, the stark, undisguised terror. But beneath it, I see something else. I see the last of her fear being burned away, replaced by the cold, hard, utterly beautiful light of a rebellion that is no longer a choice, but a certainty. The hunt has been declared, and the true prey has just been revealed.
Chapter 24. Annalise. I slip through the menagerie's shadows, my body trembling with a need so fierce it threatens to consume me. The cold iron bars of Tarek's cage glint in the torchlight, a cruel reminder of our captivity, but my heart hammers with defiance. His dark eyes meet mine, blazing with a hunger that mirrors my own, igniting a fire in this filthy prison. This isn't how it should be, Annalise. Tarek rasps, his voice low and strained, his manticore strength barely leashed behind the chains. You don't get to decide, I snap, fumbling in my skirts for the stolen key, my fingers shaking with reckless desire. The lock clicks, and I slip inside his cage, the air electric with our shared rebellion.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
But the passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 25. Annalise. I stand before the silver-gilt mirror in my chambers, but the woman staring back is a stranger. The fear is still there, a familiar ghost in her eyes, but it is no longer her master. It is a whetstone, and the fury that has been simmering beneath my skin for a lifetime is now a sharpened blade. You thought this was a game of survival, I whisper to my reflection, the words a harsh sound in the opulent silence. You thought you could endure. You were a fool. The woman in the mirror does not flinch. Her gaze is cold, clear, and calculating. My body is no longer a cage. It is a weapon. My mind, once a sanctuary for poetry, is now an armoury. Tarek is still a prisoner, and I am still a ward, but the locks on our cages are illusions. Our shared act of defiance has shattered them. Now, all that is left is to walk out of the ruins, and for that, I need a map. My mind, now a cold instrument of tactical planning, knows exactly where to find one. In Lord Renlyre's private study, a place more sacred and forbidden than any temple. The risk is immense. To be caught there would not just mean a beating, it would mean the end of everything. They would take Tarek from the ballroom and kill him in the menagerie. They would move up the wedding. They would break me, just as Zarin has promised. The reward, however, is everything. Getting there requires a different kind of courage than the desperate, passionate bravery of the night before. This has to be a cold and calculated infiltration. I dress in a simple day gown of dove-grey wool, my hair tied back, my face a mask of placid obedience. I am once again the invisible human pet, a creature of no consequence, a ghost in the grand machine of the estate. I use this invisibility as a cloak. I know the rhythms of the household, the exact hour when the servants are occupied with the midday meal, when the corridors of the West Wing will be deserted as the guards change shifts. I move with purposeful grace, my heart a steady, determined drum against my ribs. The silence of the West Wing is different from the rest of the estate. It is a silence of power, of secrets. The door to Renlyre's study is, as always, unlocked. Arrogance is the greatest flaw of the Dark Elves. They cannot conceive of a creature like me daring to trespass on their sacred ground. The room is a monument to his vanity, filled with ancient texts, dark artifacts, and the mounted heads of fearsome beasts whose names I do not know. The air smells of old leather, cloying incense, and the faint metallic tang of old blood. In the centre of the room, on a massive carved obsidian desk, sits a collection of rolled parchments bound in leather. The maps. My hands do not tremble as I sort through them. My mind is sharp, my focus absolute. I find what I am looking for, 2 detailed maps, one of the estate and its immediate grounds, the other of the surrounding wilderness of Cainvu, marking patrol routes and natural shelters. I tuck them into the deep, hidden pockets of my skirt, the crisp parchment a cool, secret promise against my skin. As I turn to leave, my gaze falls upon Zarin's ceremonial hunting bow, hung on the wall like a piece of art. It is a beautiful, deadly instrument, its black wood inlaid with silver, its string a shimmering silver-white thread. Another impulse, another act of pure, unthinking rebellion seizes me. I take it. It is too large to hide, but I hold it at my side, my fingers gripping the smooth, cool wood. It is not just a weapon. It is a trophy, a piece of their power that I am claiming for my own. I walk from the study, not a thief, but a conqueror. My visit to the ballroom cage that night is transformed. I am not a trembling girl seeking comfort, or a desperate lover stealing a moment of passion. I am an intelligence officer, delivering the assets for a council of war. Tarek is waiting for me, his dark eyes burning with a fierce, questioning intensity. I do not speak. I simply unroll the maps before the bars of his cage, the stolen bow resting at my side. He looks from the maps to the bow and then back to my face, and I see a look of pure, unadulterated awe in his eyes. The wedding feast is tomorrow night, I whisper, my voice a low, urgent command. The hunt will take place here. Zaren's game will be our chaos. He listens, his gaze fixed on my face, but his brow furrows as his warrior's mind immediately sees the flaws. The chaos is good cover, but the ballroom doors will be heavily guarded. We would be cut down before we took 10 steps. We won't use the ballroom doors, I counter, my finger tracing a faint, dusty line on the map of the estate. We'll use these. The old service tunnels. They are old, filled with debris according to the servants' gossip, but they will bypass the main guard posts. He studies the map, his eyes tracing the path I have indicated. The tunnels emerge here, he rumbles, his own large finger tapping the parchment. Behind the kennels. The hounds will raise an alarm the moment we emerge. The entire guard will be on us. That's the point, I say, a grim smile touching my lips for the first time. The hounds are our distraction. Their baying will draw the guards from the west gate, giving us the moments we need to reach the Whisperwood. He looks up from the map, his expression a mixture of fierce pride and a deep, soul-shaking reverence. He sees not just the objects, but the revolution they represent. He sees the woman who has walked into the very heart of the enemy's sanctum and emerged with the keys to their destruction. When he speaks, his words are not those of a soldier to his commander. They are the words of a mate to his queen. "You are not a doll, Annalise," he says, his voice a low, rough thing. "You are not a pet." He reaches a hand through the bars, his large, scarred fingers gently touching my cheek. "You are a warrior." The words from him are a crown.
Chapter 26. Tarek. The cage that was once my prison is now my training ground. Despite the magical wards humming along the bars and the heavy chains that keep me tethered, I push my body through every movement I can manage within the confined space. My leg, though still tender, holds my weight. The bone is knitted well under Annalise's careful ministrations, and the muscle is rebuilding its strength day by day. I flex and stretch, testing the limits of what these chains will allow. "You're moving better," Annalise whispers from outside the bars, her voice barely audible over the soft sounds of the sleeping beasts around us. "Better, but not enough," I reply, rolling my shoulders to work out the stiffness. When the time comes, I need to be more than just mobile. I need to be deadly. She watches me pace the small confines of the cage, her green eyes tracking every step. I can feel her gaze on the play of muscle beneath my scarred skin, the way my body coils and releases with each controlled movement. "The wedding feast is in 3 days," she says, her voice tight with barely contained tension. "They'll move you to the ballroom tomorrow for preparations." I stop pacing and move to the bars, close enough that I can smell the faint scent of jasmine in her hair. Then tonight, we finalize everything. She nods, pulling the stolen maps from beneath her cloak. Her hands are steadier now than they were weeks ago. The trembling, frightened girl who first stumbled into this menagerie is gone, replaced by a woman with steel in her spine. "I've memorized every corridor, every guard rotation," she says, spreading the parchments on the straw-covered floor. "The service tunnels run beneath the entire estate. Most of them have been sealed, but this one," her finger traces a thin line on the map, "still connects to the wine cellars. And from there, the cellars have an exit that leads directly to the courtyard behind the kennels." She meets my eyes. "It's our best chance to avoid the main guard posts." I study the route she's marked, my tactical mind weighing every angle. "The hounds will catch our scent the moment we emerge. That's where this comes in." She produces a small glass vial filled with a pungent amber liquid. "Rendered fox musk. The huntsman uses it to confuse the pack during training exercises." My respect for her grows with each revelation. "You've thought of everything." "I've had to." Her voice carries an edge of steel I've never heard before. "This is our only chance, Tarek. If we fail, We won't fail. I reach through the bars, my fingers brushing her cheek. You've already proven you're stronger than any of them. Tomorrow night, we'll prove it to the world. She leans into my touch, her eyes closing for a moment. When she opens them again, they blaze with determination. I've been thinking about what happens after. When we reach the Whisperwood, the caves in the northern reaches, I say, my brothers and I were meant to rendezvous there. If any of them survive the wreck, you'll find them. Her voice holds absolute certainty, and when you do, I'll be beside you. The fierce loyalty in her words makes something in my chest tighten. Annalise, you don't understand what you're choosing. The mission we're on, the dangers we'll face. Don't. She presses her fingers to my lips through the bars. Don't try to protect me from my own choices. I know exactly what I'm choosing. I capture her hand in mine, pressing a kiss to her palm. And what are you choosing? You, she says simply. I'm choosing you, Tarek. Whatever comes after, we face it together. The vow hangs in the air between us, sacred and unbreakable. I have spent my life as a weapon in service to others. My king, my brothers, my mission. But this woman, this brave, impossible woman, is choosing me not as a tool or a protector, but as a man. When this is over, I say, my voice rough with emotion, when we're free of this place, I want you to know that you won't just be escaping with me. You'll be coming home with me. Home. To Osiris. To my people. I meet her gaze steadily. As my mate. My queen. The words seem to steal the breath from her lungs. For a moment she simply stares at me, her lips parted in surprise. Then slowly a smile spreads across her face. Not the polite, practiced expression she wears for the elves, but something radiant and real. Your queen, she repeats, testing the words. I like the sound of that. Then it's settled. I bring her hand to my lips again, sealing the promise with a kiss. 3 more days of this charade, and then we take back our lives. She gathers the maps, tucking them safely away. I should go. The guards will be changing shifts soon. Annalise. She turns back at my voice. Thank you. For what? For seeing me. For choosing me. For being brave enough to fight for us. Her smile is soft, but her eyes are fierce. Thank you for being worth fighting for. As she slips away into the shadows, I return to my training. But now each movement has new purpose. Each stretch and flex a preparation, not just for battle, but for the life that waits beyond these bars. In 3 days, I will no longer be a beast in a cage. I will be a king reclaiming his queen. Chapter 27. Tarek. The ballroom cage is a gilded mockery of my captivity. Unlike the honest iron bars of the menagerie, this prison is designed for display, its golden bars twisted into decorative vines that catch the light from the crystal chandeliers above. I pace the confines of my new prison, testing the chains that bind me to the floor. They're shorter here, more restrictive, a deliberate humiliation for the wedding guests who will soon fill this hall. Soft footsteps on marble draw my attention. Annalise approaches through the shadows, and I feel a familiar surge of protective fury at the sight of her in this place. But as she draws closer, I notice a change. Her steps are sure, confident, free of the trembling uncertainty that once marked her every movement. You're not shaking, I observe as she kneels beside the bars. She glances at her hands, seeming surprised. I'm not, am I? You were terrified the first night you came to me. Every muscle in your body screamed with fear. I move closer to the bars, studying her face in the dim light. Now, you move like a warrior preparing for battle. A flush of pride colors her cheeks. I don't feel like a warrior. That's because you don't yet recognize your own strength. I reach through the bars to touch her hand. But I do. You're already free, Annalise. Not in body, perhaps, but in spirit. They can chain your flesh, but they cannot cage what you've become. Her eyes widen at my words, and her beautiful blush deepens. She's not accustomed to praise, I realize. Years of being treated as an ornament have convinced her she has no worth beyond her beauty. You really see that in me, she whispers. I see a woman who risks everything to tend a wounded beast. I see someone who steals from her captors to heal her enemies. I see courage that puts seasoned warriors to shame. She leans closer to the bars, her eyes bright with unshed tears. Sometimes I feel like I'm just pretending. Like I'll wake up tomorrow and be that frightened girl again. Never, I growl, the word fierce and absolute. I swear to you, Annalise, once we're free of this place, I will never let anyone cage you again. Not in iron, not in silk, not in expectations or duties. Tarek, I mean it. I capture her hand in mine, holding her gaze. When you become my mate, it won't be as my possession or my ornament. It will be as my equal, my queen. Tears spill over, tracking silver paths down her cheeks. But she's smiling, radiant in her emotion. I've never had anyone fight for me before, she says, her voice thick with feeling. My parents loved me, but they couldn't protect me. The elves, they see me as property. But you, I see you as you are. And what you are is magnificent. She closes her eyes, taking a shuddering breath. When she opens them again, they're clear and determined. I trust you, she whispers. More than anyone alive. More than I've ever trusted anyone. Her simple declaration hits me like a physical blow. Trust is not given lightly in her world. It's been beaten out of her, betrayed, used as a weapon against her. And I trust you, I reply, meaning it completely. With my life, with my mission, with everything I am. Tomorrow night, when this all begins... She pauses, gathering her courage. I know there will be violence. I know people might die. Does that frighten you? She considers the question seriously. It should. But all I feel is relief. That finally, we're going to fight back. You were born for this, Annalise. Not the pretty dresses and empty smiles. This, the fight, the rebellion. How can you be so sure? Because I've seen you transform. I've watched you go from captive to captor, from victim to warrior. I bring her hand to my lips, pressing a gentle kiss to her knuckles. They created their own destruction when they caged us together. She laughs, and the sound is different now. Not the careful, practiced laugh of a courtly lady, but something wild and free. I used to dream of rescue, she admits. Some prince or knight who would save me from all this. And now? Now I dream of saving myself. She meets my eyes, and in them I see the fire that will burn this place to the ground. With you beside me. Always beside you, I promise. Never above you, never controlling you. Beside you. She leans forward, pressing her face close to the bars. I mirror the movement, so for a moment we simply breathe the same air, sharing the same space despite the gold that separates us. Tomorrow night, she whispers. Tomorrow night, I agree. Are you ready? Her smile is sharp as a blade. I've been ready my whole life. I just didn't know it yet. As she slips away into the darkness, I feel a surge of anticipation that has nothing to do with escape and everything to do with witnessing her transformation complete itself. Tomorrow night the world will see what I already know. Annalise is no one's captive anymore.
Chapter 28. Annalise. The morning of my wedding eve dawns grey and cold, matching the suffocating weight that settles over the estate. Servants scurry through the corridors like ants, their arms full of flowers and silks, their voices hushed with the reverence reserved for sacred rituals. But nothing is sacred about what will happen tomorrow, only a mockery dressed in white lace and golden chains. "My lady, you must hold still," the seamstress mutters around a mouthful of pins as she makes final adjustments to my wedding gown. I stand motionless on the pedestal, a mannequin draped in ivory silk that costs more than most see in a lifetime. The dress is beautiful in its way, layers of gossamer fabric that catch the light, tiny pearls sewn into intricate patterns across the bodice. A masterpiece designed to showcase Lord Renly's wealth and taste. All I can think about is how easily it will tear when the time comes to run. "Exquisite," Lord Renly declares from his chair by the window. His silver eyes rake over me with the same expression he might use to appraise a new hunting hound. "My son has chosen well." "Thank you, my lord," I say, the words slipping out automatically, honey-sweet and empty as air. "The guests will be most impressed." He rises and approaches, circling me slowly. Lady Morvain from the eastern estates, Lord Valeth and his sons from the south. All the finest houses will be here to witness Zaren's triumph. Triumph. As if marrying a terrified human girl is some great conquest worthy of celebration. I am honoured by their presence. I lie smoothly. "Indeed you should be." His cold fingers adjust a fold of silk at my shoulder. "Few humans are granted such privilege. You are a symbol, child, a testament to our house's power and generosity." The seamstress finishes her work and steps back with a satisfied nod. "Perfect, my lord. She'll be the most beautiful bride in the realm." Beautiful. Always beautiful. Never clever, never brave, never strong. Just beautiful, like a flower bred for decoration and nothing else. "You may go." Lord Renly dismisses the seamstress with a wave. When we're alone, his mask of benevolence slips slightly. "Tomorrow will be a day of great celebration." "I trust you understand what is expected of you." "Of course, my lord." Smile. Look radiant. Play the part of the blushing bride. His voice drops to a whisper. "And remember, any difficulties will be dealt with swiftly and permanently." I meet his gaze with perfect, practiced innocence. "I live only to bring honour to your house." He studies my face for a long moment, searching for cracks in my facade. Finding none, he nods curtly. "See that you do." The rest of the day passes in a blur of preparations. I smile at the florists arranging elaborate displays. I nod appreciatively at the cooks describing tomorrow's feast. I listen with feigned interest as the musicians rehearse the processional that will march me to my doom. All the while the stolen key burns against my skin, where I've hidden it beneath my bodice, a small piece of metal that represents everything: freedom, rebellion, love, hope. When night falls, I slip away from my chambers and make my way to the ballroom. The hall is transformed for tomorrow's ceremony. Garlands of white roses drape the walls, and hundreds of candles wait to be lit. At the far end, a marriage altar draped in cloth of gold gleams like a funeral pyre. In the centre of it all, Tarek's cage sits like a grotesque centrepiece. He waits for me, pacing the confines of his prison with the restless energy of a predator. When he sees me approaching, his dark eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that makes my breath catch. "How are you holding up?" he asks as I kneel beside the bars. "One more day," I whisper, pressing close to the golden bars. "Just one more day of this performance. And then? And then we burn it all down." Something fierce and proud flashes in his eyes. "You look different tonight." "Do I?" "Dangerous." His voice is a low rumble that makes heat pool in my belly. Like a blade hidden in silk. I reach through the bars to touch his face, tracing the strong line of his jaw. That's exactly what I am. Annalise. I silence him by pressing my lips to his through the bars, kissing him with all the desperate hunger and determination coursing through my veins. He responds immediately, one hand tangling in my hair while the other grips the bar so hard his knuckles whiten. When we break apart, we're both breathing hard. One more day, I repeat against his lips. A growl rumbles deep in his chest, raw and hungry. One more day, and then you're mine. Completely mine. I'm already yours, I whisper back. I have been since the first night I chose to defy them for you. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheca's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 29. Tarek. Dawn breaks on the day that will either set us free or see us dead. The wedding preparations echo through the ballroom like war drums, each sound sharpening my senses. Servants rush back and forth, their footsteps sharp against the marble floor. The scent of roses and expensive wine mingles with a metallic tang of fear that clings to everyone in this cursed place. My blood roars with anticipation. I pace the length of my cage, each step measured and deliberate. The chains binding me to the floor allow just enough movement to keep my muscles from stiffening, but not enough to forget my captivity. Soon these golden bars will be nothing but twisted metal and broken dreams. Guests arrive as the sun reaches its peak. Dark elves in their finery, silver-skinned and cold-eyed, filling the ballroom with cruel laughter. They point at me as they pass, joking about the wedding entertainment and the beast hunt to come. Let them laugh. Let them think they understand what they're dealing with. Their arrogance will be their downfall. Magnificent specimen, one lord remarks to another, examining me like a prize bull. Should provide excellent sport. Indeed. Though I wonder if it will last long enough to make the hunt interesting, his companion replies. I meet their gazes steadily, letting them see the predator behind my eyes. A few step back, some primal instinct warning them of danger, but most are too drunk on their own superiority to notice the threat. The afternoon crawls by with agonizing slowness. My focus never wavers from the grand entrance where Annalise will appear. Every nerve in my body is attuned to her presence, waiting for that first glimpse of ivory silk and golden hair. When the musicians begin the processional, my heart hammers against my ribs like a caged beast of its own. Then she appears. The sight of her steals my breath. She moves down the aisle like a vision in white, her face a serene mask of bridal joy. But I know her too well to be fooled by the performance. I see the steel beneath the silk, the fire behind her demure smile. Our eyes meet across the crowded ballroom, and for a moment the world falls away. There is only her, walking toward what everyone believes is her doom, but what I know is her liberation. She is magnificent, deadly, perfect. The ceremony begins, but I barely hear the words. All my attention fixes on her, memorizing every detail of her face in case this goes wrong. The way her lashes cast shadows on her cheeks, the slight tremor in her hands that only I notice, the moment she glances toward my cage with a promise in her eyes. The feast that follows is a blur of cruel faces and mocking toasts. I watch as Zoran parades her around the room like a trophy, his hands possessive on her waist. Every touch makes my blood burn hotter, but I force myself to stay still. to wait. When Zarin announces the hunt, his voice rings out over the assembled nobles. My friends, as special entertainment for this joyous occasion, I present a rare prize, a Manticore captured in the northern wastes. The crowd cheers as he gestures toward my cage. Tomorrow night we shall hunt this beast through the ballroom itself. And to the warrior who lands the killing blow, the honor of my bride's wedding night. The roar of approval from the elves makes my vision go red. But when I look at Annalise, I see not fear, but cold, calculated fury. She meets my gaze across the room and gives the slightest nod. It's time. Hours later, when the ballroom empties and only a few guards remain, she comes to me one final time. She moves through the shadows like a wraith, her wedding gown replaced by a simple dark dress that will serve her better in what's to come. Are you ready? She whispers, kneeling beside my cage. I study her face in the candlelight, burning every feature into my memory. I will fight to my last breath to reach you, I say, meaning every word. No force in this world or any other will keep me from your side. Her eyes shine with unshed tears, but her voice is steady. Then I'll fight to mine. Her simple promise ignites something primal in my chest. This small, brave woman is ready to go to war for our freedom. For us, the knowledge fills me with a strength I've never felt before. You understand what will happen when I'm free of this cage? I ask. The violence that will follow? I'm counting on it. Her smile is sharp as a blade. I want them to see what they created when they tried to break us. I reach through the bars to cup her face, my thumb tracing her cheekbone. My fierce little warrior. Have I told you lately that you're magnificent? Not today, she murmurs, leaning into my touch. You're magnificent, Annalise. Beautiful and deadly and absolutely perfect. I lean closer to the bars. And after tonight, you'll never have to pretend to be anything else. She produces the stolen key from her bodice, holding it between us like a promise. One lock, she whispers. One lock between us and freedom. One lock, I agree, feeling the predator in my blood stir to life. Are you ready to watch me tear this place apart? Her answering smile is wild and free. I do. As she slips away into the darkness, the last of my restraint burns away. The civilized man who endured captivity and humiliation is gone, replaced by something far more dangerous.
Chapter 30. Annalise. The morning of my wedding dawns with deceptive beauty. Sunlight streams through my chamber windows, painting everything in shades of gold that mock the darkness of what this day truly represents. I stand before my mirror, but the woman staring back is a stranger. Gone is the frightened girl who once trembled at shadows. In her place stands someone forged in fire and tempered by love. Today, I become a widow before I'm even truly a wife. The wedding gown hangs on its stand like a spectre, all ivory silk and delicate pearls, a fortune in fabric designed to showcase one man's wealth and another's subjugation. I approach it with the reverence it deserves, not as a symbol of joy, but as the costume for the final act of my performance. Each layer slides over my skin like armour. The chemise, soft as a whisper. The corset laced tight to create the illusion of fragile femininity. The underskirts, voluminous enough to hide secrets. And secrets I have in abundance. The first blade slides into a pocket sewn along my thigh, its weight a comforting presence against my leg. A second finds its home strapped to my opposite calf, hidden beneath layers of silk and lace. The pearl-handled dagger Tarek gave me nestles against my ribs, secured in the bodice where my heart beats its frantic rhythm. I am a weapon wrapped in wedding silk. My hands shake as I fasten the final clasps, not from fear, but from barely contained anticipation, from knowing that after today, nothing will ever be the same. Breathe, I whisper to my reflection. Just breathe. but breathing feels impossible when every intake of air brings me closer to the moment when everything I've planned will either succeed brilliantly or fail catastrophically. Footsteps in the corridor make my pulse quicken. I smooth my skirts one final time, ensuring the blades remain hidden, and arrange my features into the serene mask of a blushing bride. The door opens with a soft creak, and Lyra steps inside. My handmaid looks nervous, her pale hands twisting in her apron as she takes in my transformed appearance. "My lady," she breathes, her eyes wide with what might be admiration or fear. "You look radiant." "Thank you, Lyra," I say, my voice perfectly controlled, revealing nothing of the storm raging beneath my calm exterior. She approaches with hesitant steps, her gaze darting around the room as if expecting something out of place. "It's time," she says quietly. "Lord Zarin is waiting, and the guests have all assembled." Of course they have. I turn from the mirror to face her fully. They wouldn't want to miss the spectacle. Something in my tone makes her flinch, but she rallies quickly. "My lady, if I may, you seem different today." "It's my wedding day, Lyra. How else should I seem?" "Happy?" she suggests weakly. "Excited. Most brides. Most brides aren't being sold like prize cattle to sadistic monsters," I interrupt, letting a hint of steel enter my voice. Her face pales. "My lady, you shouldn't say such things. If someone were to overhear—" "Let them overhear." I step closer, and she instinctively backs away. What are they going to do? Punish me. Force me into a marriage I don't want. I laugh, the sound devoid of warmth. "Too late for that." "Please," she whispers, genuine distress in her voice. "You're frightening me." "Good. You should be frightened." Another step brings me close enough to see the pulse fluttering in her throat. "Tell me, Lyra, do you sleep well at night?" "Knowing what you've done." Her breath catches. "I don't know what you mean." "Don't you?" I tilt my head, studying her like a fascinating specimen. "My midnight walks to the menagerie, my sudden interest in healing herbs, the hours I've spent disappearing. Someone told them about all that, didn't they?" "My lady, someone who had access to my chambers. Someone who knew my habits better than anyone else." I lean closer, my voice dropping to a whisper. "Someone who was supposed to protect me." Tears spill down her cheeks. "I had to," she chokes out. "They would have killed me if I didn't tell them." "You don't understand what they're capable of." "Oh, but I do understand." I straighten, my composure returning like ice settling over still water. "I understand perfectly. You chose your own skin over mine. I can't even blame you for it." Relief flickers in her eyes, hope that I might forgive her. "But I can't forgive you either," I continue, watching that hope die. "You see, Lyra, your betrayal set certain things in motion. Things that can't be undone now, even if I wanted to." "What things?" she whispers. I smile, and from her expression it's a terrible thing to see. "You'll find out soon enough." She gathers her courage, stepping forward with shaking hands extended. "My lady, please. Let me help you. I can still—" "Help me!" I laugh again, the sound sharp enough to cut glass. "You want to help me now?" "Yes," she says desperately. "Whatever you're planning, whatever you think you have to do, I can help. I can make it right." I look at her for a long moment, taking in her tear-streaked face, her trembling hands, her desperate need for absolution. Then I let my mask slip completely, showing her the predator I've become. "The only help I want from you, Lyra," I say with perfect clarity, "is for you to drop dead." Her eyes widen with shock and terror as I stride toward her, my wedding gown rustling like the wings of an avenging angel. "My lady, please." But I'm done listening. Done pretending. Done being anyone's victim. Today, the performance ends.
Chapter 31. Tarek. The ballroom transforms into a theater of cruelty, and I stand as its unwilling star. They parade me through the assembled nobles like a prize bull, my golden cage wheeled on ornate platforms, so every guest can gawk at the beast they'll soon hunt. The chains binding me allow just enough movement to showcase my size, my scars, the raw power trapped within this prison of twisted metal. "Magnificent specimen," Lord Valeth declares, circling my cage with predatory interest. I see why young Zarin was so eager to capture it. "Look at the size of those claws," Lady Mervoin breathes, her silver eyes gleaming with fascination. "Imagine the damage they could do." The dark elf ladies cluster closer, their gazes raking over my form with undisguised hunger. They whisper behind jeweled fans, their eyes lingering on my torso, on the evident proof of my manhood barely concealed by the tattered remnants of my clothing. "Such impressive proportions," one giggles, loud enough for her husband to hear. "I wonder if all manticores are so generously endowed." Her lord's face darkens with jealousy and rage, his hand twitching toward his sword hilt. "Mind your tongue, wife." But she continues to stare, as do the others, their appreciation for my physical form evident in their heated gazes and breathless comments. The husbands grow restless, their masculine pride wounded by their wives' fascination with the caged beast. "Perhaps we should begin the hunt early," one lord growls, his silver eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Put this animal out of its misery." "Patience," Lord Renlier chuckles from his position near the marriage altar. "All good entertainment requires proper timing." They mock me as they circle, hurling barbs about my captivity, my wounds, the futility of my situation. Each comment aims to break my spirit, to reduce me from warrior to beaten animal. But I've been broken before, and I survive. Rage simmers in my blood like molten steel, but I hold it back through sheer force of will. Let them think me defeated. Let them believe their chains and cages tame the beast within. Their arrogance will be their downfall. When they wheel my cage to its place of honor, directly facing the marriage altar, I gain my first clear view of the ceremony about to unfold. And there she is. Annalise glides down the aisle like a vision in ivory silk, her golden hair crowned with white roses, her face serene as a saint's. Her beauty outshines even the cruel, dark elf ladies, breathtaking in its radiance. But I know her too well to be fooled by the performance. I see the steel beneath the silk, the predator lurking behind the bridal veil. Our eyes meet across the crowded ballroom, and in that single glance, an entire conversation passes between us. She gives the slightest nod, almost imperceptible, but I catch it. Our agreed-upon signal. She's ready. I watch as she takes her place beside Zarin at the altar, my lip curling with disgust. The elven lord preens like a peacock, his hand possessive on her waist, as he displays his prize to the crowd. He looks like what he is, a pathetic insect begging to be crushed beneath my claws. "Dearly beloved," the officiant begins, his voice echoing through the vaulted chamber. "We gather today to witness the union of two houses." The words wash over me, meaningless. My focus locks on Annalise, on the way she stands perfectly still, while chaos brews beneath her calm exterior. I sense the violence building inside her, like a predator scenting blood on the wind. The ceremony proceeds with all the pomp of a noble wedding. Vows are exchanged, lies cloaked in silk and silver. Rings are presented, chains disguised as symbols of love. Through it all, she plays her part flawlessly. The blushing bride, the dutiful ward, the perfect ornament for a monster's collection. But I see the truth in the set of her shoulders, in the way her fingers curl slightly as if gripping invisible weapons. She is coiled like a spring, ready to unleash destruction on those who have wronged her. When Zarin lifts her veil to seal their union with a kiss, her eyes close, not with passion, but with barely contained revulsion. Her body stiffens the moment his lips touch hers, rigid with disgust. The crowd cheers as if witnessing something beautiful, instead of the violation it truly is. "And now," Zarin announces, his voice rising over the applause, "let the wedding feast begin. And tomorrow night, my friends, we shall have our hunt." More cheers, more cruel laughter. The nobles file toward the banquet hall, drunk on wine and the promise of blood sport. I remain still in my cage, every muscle coiled and ready. My mate has been claimed by another man, marked with his scent and touch. The insult cannot stand. Soon I will show them what it means to cage a manticore, to steal what belongs to me, to think their golden bars and silver chains can hold back the storm they've unleashed. Zarin catches my gaze from across the room and smirks, his arm tightening possessively around Annalise's waist. He thinks he's won, that he's claimed the ultimate prize. The fool has no idea he signed his own death warrant. I bare my teeth in what might pass for a smile, and his smirk falters. Some primal part of his brain recognizes the promise in my expression. Tomorrow night, the hunt begins. But I won't be the prey.
Chapter 32. Annalise. The wedding feast glitters with excess and cruelty. I sit beside my newly wedded husband at the high table, my hands folded demurely in my lap, while Zarin regales the assembled nobles with tales of his prowess. The beast was nearly dead when I found it. Zarin lies smoothly, gesturing toward Tarek's cage with his wine goblet. But even wounded, it took 6 of my best hunters to bring it down. The gathered lords nod appreciatively, their ladies sighing with feigned admiration. I smile, playing the part of the adoring bride, while inside I count heartbeats and plan trajectories. Lord Renlier sits at the head of the table, just out of reach even if I could slip past Zarin. But that's fine. I've accounted for that obstacle. The signal arrives precisely when it should. A body crashes through the stained glass window above, slamming into our table with enough force to send dishes flying and wine splashing across the white tablecloth. Lyra's lifeless form lies twisted among the shattered porcelain, her neck bent at an impossible angle. Screams erupt from the guests. Ladies shriek and swoon. Lords leap to their feet, hands reaching for weapons. I do not scream. Instead, I seize the carving knife skittering across the table, its blade gleaming with reflected candlelight. Zarin turns toward me, his mouth opening to ask if I'm hurt. Confusion clear in his silver eyes. I drag the steel across his throat in one smooth motion. Blood sprays across my wedding dress, turning the ivory silk crimson. Zarin's hands clutch his neck, his eyes wide with shock and terror as he tries to stem the flow. But it's too late. I've opened him from ear to ear. "Goodbye, husband," I whisper as he collapses beside me. The screaming intensifies. Chaos erupts as nobles scramble for exits and guards rush toward the high table. But I'm already moving. I scramble over the blood-soaked table, my wedding skirts hiked to my knees, dishes crunching beneath my feet. The hidden blades shift against my legs with each step, reminding me of the weapons I carry. "Stop her!" Lord Renlier's voice cuts through the pandemonium, but his guards falter, caught off balance by the sudden violence. I reach Tarek's cage and fumble for the key hidden in my bodice, my hands slick with my husband's blood. The lock clicks open just as the first guard reaches me. "You treacherous little—" Tarek's clawed hand shoots through the bars, tearing the guard's throat out before he can finish. Blood fountains across the golden cage as the elf collapses. "The chains!" I gasp, working frantically at the magical shackles binding him to the floor. "Hurry!" Tarek growls, his dark eyes blazing with barely contained fury. "They're regrouping." My fingers find the secondary lock, smaller, more delicate but just as crucial. The key turns with a satisfying click, and the enchanted manacles fall away, shattering like glass. For a heartbeat, Tarek remains still. Then he explodes into motion. The cage door flies open, embedding itself in the marble column behind me. Tarek emerges in his full, terrible glory, 7 feet of raw power and righteous fury, his eyes blazing with the fire of a war god. The transformation is breathtaking. Gone is the wounded, chained beast, replaced by a warrior king, magnificent and deadly, radiating lethal intent. "My queen," he rumbles, his voice carrying across the chaos-filled hall. "My king," I reply, stepping to his side without fear. Lord Renlier finally grasps the scope of my betrayal, his face paling as parchment. "Kill them both," he shrieks. "Kill them now." His guards hesitate, having seen what Tarek can do when unchained. Their courage falters in the face of his terrible beauty. Tarek bares his teeth in a smile that promises death. Who dies first? The question hangs like a blade. Several nobles bolt for the exits, abandoning any pretense of courage. The remaining guards draw their weapons but keep their distance, like jackals circling a lion. "You've made a grave mistake, girl," Lord Renlier snarls, his composure cracking. "Did you think this would end well for you? That you could simply walk away from your obligations?" "I'm not walking away," I say, my voice carrying through the sudden hush. "I'm burning them down." I reach into my bodice and produce the second blade, not the pearl-handled dagger, but a small glass vial of alchemical fire, stolen from Zaren's private hunting supplies. Lord Renlier's eyes widen as he recognizes it. "You wouldn't dare—" I smash the vial against the marble floor. Flames erupt in a circle around us, racing along the spilled wine and oil from the overturned table. The fire spreads with unnatural hunger, climbing the silk wall hangings and racing toward the timber supports of the ceiling. "You wanted a hunt," I call over the roar of flames and screaming guests. "Now you have one." Tarek's hand finds mine, his claws careful not to pierce my skin. "Ready to leave this place behind, my queen?" "I've been ready my whole life." Together, we stride through the fire toward the chaos beyond, leaving behind the ashes of my old existence and stepping into the blaze of our new one. The wedding feast becomes a funeral pyre, and I am free.
Chapter 33. Tarek. Freedom tastes like blood and fire. The moment the chains fall away, every cell in my body roars to life. Power floods my limbs like lightning, washing away weeks of captivity and humiliation. I am no longer a broken beast in a golden cage. I am death incarnate. Arrows whistle through the air, aimed at Annalise's heart. Without thought, I throw myself between her and the projectiles, steel points biting into my shoulders and chest. The pain is nothing. Less than nothing compared to the agony of watching her suffer. "Stay here, little warrior," I growl, pushing her back into the relative safety of the cage. "It's my turn to save you." The guards at the door loose another volley, but I'm already moving. My body flows like water, like lightning, covering the distance in heartbeats. The first archer opens his mouth to scream as my claws tear through his throat. His companion tries to draw his sword, but I'm on him before the blade clears its scabbard. My hand closes around his skull, squeezing until something vital gives way with a wet pop. "Form ranks!" someone shouts across the burning hall. "Bring it down!" More guards pour through the side entrances, their silver armor gleaming in the firelight. 20 of them, maybe more, all standing between me and the exits, all about to die. I bare my teeth and let the beast fully awaken. The first wave hits like a steel tide, swords and spears seeking my heart. I dance between their blades, my claws painting crimson arcs through the air. One guard's head separates from his shoulders in a spray of blood. Another screams as I tear his arm off at the elbow. My blood sings with the joy of battle, the intoxicating rush of freedom after so long in chains. Every blow I land is for the humiliation they forced me to endure. Every death is payment for their cruelty. A spear thrust aimed at my spine slides harmlessly past as I twist away, my backhand sending the wielder crashing into a marble column, shattering stone. 2 more guards try to flank me, but I catch one's sword on my claws and drive my other hand through his chest. "Surrounded!" Lord Renlir's voice cuts through the chaos. "Pin it down." But no one can contain this storm. I am wind and fury, death given form and purpose. These soft, pampered elves have forgotten what real violence looks like. I'm here to remind them. A crossbow bolt hits my shoulder, spinning me around. I rip it free and hurl it back, punching through the shooter's breastplate. He topples into the flames, his screams swallowed by the fire's roar. The remaining guards hesitate, finally grasping what they face. But it's far too late for wisdom. I wade through them like a farmer reaping wheat. Bodies fall in broken heaps, their silver blood mixing with the spreading flames. One tries to run, but I catch him at the doorway, my claws opening his back from shoulder to hip. "Please," another whimpers, his sword forgotten on the floor. "Please, I have children." "So did the humans you've tormented," I snarl, silencing his pleas forever. The hall grows quiet, save for the crackling flames and the groans of the dying. I stand amid the carnage, chest heaving, covered in the blood of my enemies. For the first time in weeks, I feel truly alive. No one will cage me again. No one will treat me like an animal to be displayed and mocked. I am Tarik Talrik, warrior of Osiris, and I reclaim my birthright in blood and fire. But then I hear it, a scream that stops my heart cold, a voice I know and crave, raised in fear and pain. I spin around to see Lord Renlir near the marriage altar, his hand twisted in Annalise's golden hair. Her wedding dress is torn and bloody, her face pale with shock, but her eyes burn with undiminished defiance. "One step closer, beast," Renlir snarls, pressing a jeweled dagger to her throat, and I open her up like a festival pig. Rage fills me, a white-hot nova of murderous intent that threatens to consume everything. My vision blurs red at the edges, the need to tear him apart with my bare hands nearly overwhelming. "Let her go," I growl, my voice barely human. I think not. His blade draws a thin line of blood from her neck, and she winces. "You've cost me everything, monster. My son, my guests, my reputation. But I'll still have my revenge." "Tarik," Annalise calls, her voice steady despite the terror in her eyes. "Don't listen to him. Don't let him." Renlir yanks her hair harder, cutting off her words. "Silence, you're treacherous. You'll speak when I allow it." The insult shatters my restraint. Every instinct screams to charge forward, to rip his head from his shoulders, consequences be damned. But the blade at her throat holds me frozen. She saved me, freed me, chose me over everything she'd ever known. Now it's my turn to save her. "What do you want?" I force out through gritted teeth. His smile drips with malice. "I want you to kneel, beast. I want you to grovel like the animal you are, and then I want you to watch as I take my time with your precious little mate, over my dead body. But I need an opening." Just one moment when that blade moves from her throat. I take a step forward, hands raised in apparent surrender. "Please, don't hurt her. I'll do whatever you want." "That's better." His grip on her hair loosens slightly as his confidence.
Chapter 34. Annalise. The ballroom pulses with the opulent chaos of the wedding feast, goblets clinking and dark elf nobles laughing, their voices a grating cacophony against my racing heart. Lord Renlir's grip tightens on my neck, his silver fingers bruising my skin, wrenching me uncomfortably as Tarik freezes across the hall. His manticore eyes blaze with fury that mirrors the fire in my soul, his massive frame straining against the chains binding him to the cage, a prisoner in this cruel spectacle. "You dumb brat," Renlir snarls, his silver eyes glinting with sadistic delight as he yanks me toward a banquet table laden with crystal and gold. "You'll regret killing my son. Your defiance ends tonight." His voice is a venomous blade, but I lock eyes with Tarek, drawing strength from the unyielding resolve in his gaze, a reminder of the Naga he tore apart to protect me. He shoves me forward, my palms slamming against the polished wood, the table's edge biting into my hips as I stumble. "Stay bent over and lift your skirts," he commands, his tone cold and commanding, promising violation before the leering crowd. Tarek roars, a primal sound that shakes the chandeliers, his chains rattling as he strains, his muscles bulging with barely contained rage. I shout, "Run, Tarek! Forget me!" My voice cutting through the din, but Renlia's fist crashes into my cheek, pain exploding hot and sharp. I stagger, catching myself on the table, my body instinctively bending forward, a position that stirs a dark, familiar thrill despite the terror coiling in my gut. The humiliation burns, but I cling to my defiance, my mind racing for a way to turn this moment into my own. My fingers tremble as I lift my skirts, the heavy silk of my bridal gown whispering up my thighs, the cool air kissing my exposed skin. Each rustle of fabric is a thunderclap in the silent chamber, amplifying the frantic beat of my heart against my ribs. The delicate lace trim, usually a source of comfort, now feels like a tangled web around my wrists, a subtle trap. I glance at my reflection in the mirror across the room, my eyes wide and dark in the dim candlelight. The gown, meticulously chosen for its ethereal beauty, now feels like a shroud, its intricate embroidery a cruel mockery of my predicament. A shiver, not of cold but of profound dread, courses through me, raising goosebumps on my arms. The weight of the moment presses down, heavy and suffocating, each breath a conscious effort. The crowd's murmurs, once a low hum of anticipation, grow hushed, their eyes 100 greedy pinpricks fixated on me, eager for my imminent shame. They want to see me break, to witness my humiliation, but even as their judgmental stares pierce me, my hand, almost on its own accord, brushes against the cold, familiar weight of the dagger hidden securely in my garter. In that instant, a spark ignites within me, a tiny, defiant flame. Things click into place, a sudden crystalline clarity emerging from the murky depths of my fear. That fear which threatened to consume me alchemizes, transforming into a fierce, exhilarating power that surges through my veins. "Show them your brat," Renlia sneers, his voice dripping with contempt, a cruel smile twisting his lips. His hands, thick and clumsy, fumble with his obsidian-adorned belt, his fingers clumsy with anticipation. His arrogance, thick and suffocating like a fog, completely blinds him to the subtle shift in my demeanour. He sees only the victim he intends to create, not the storm brewing beneath my outwardly composed surface. I bend lower, deliberately slow, the act a calculated performance, my heart hammering with a dangerous resolve that feels like freedom. Tarek's growl vibrates through me, his Manticore strength a beacon, urging me to seize this moment. My fingers tremble as I lift my skirts higher, the heavy silk of my bridal gown sliding slowly up my thighs, the cool air kissing my exposed skin amid the ballroom's chaos. The cold weight of the dagger in my garter presses against my leg, a hidden spark of rebellion that clicks into place, transforming my fear into a fierce, calculated resolve. I lock eyes with Tarek across the hall, his Manticore gaze blazing, fueling my courage as I prepare to turn this humiliation into my triumph. Renlia's breath quickens behind me, his sadistic excitement palpable in the way his fingers dig deeper into my hips, his body pressing closer with a hunger that twists his features into a mask of dark lust. He savours the moment, his eyes roaming over my bent form with possessive greed, his voice a husky whisper as he commands the exposure, revelling in the power of my vulnerability displayed for all to see. The guests lean forward in their seats, their murmurs turning to heated whispers, eyes wide with forbidden arousal, the air thick with their collective tension as they drink in the sight of my pale skin, revealed inch by inch, their breaths hitching in anticipation of the violation to come. One noble licks his lips, his silver gaze fixed on the curve of my buttocks, while another shifts uncomfortably, his arousal evident in the way he adjusts his robes, the room pulsing with an erotic undercurrent of dominance and submission that feeds their cruel desires. Renlir laughs lowly, his free hand trailing possessively down my back, drawing out the moment with deliberate slowness, his body thrumming with the thrill of control. The guest's envious stares only heightening his ecstasy as he prepares to claim me before them, turning my shame into his ultimate conquest.
Chapter 35. Tarek. The moment Annalise strikes, everything changes. I watch her move with deadly precision, her hidden blade finding its mark in a single, fluid motion. Lord Renlir staggers back, hands flying to his face as he screams in agony and rage. I don't waste a second. My legs propel me forward like a catapult, covering the distance in 3 powerful strides. But even as I move, I see Renlir's hand close around the dagger's hilt. With a snarl of pure hatred, he rips it free and drives it toward Annalise's chest. A roar tears from my throat, not human but the raw anguish of a beast watching his mate die. The sound shakes the burning hall's stones, echoing my terror. My hands close around Renlir's neck before he can complete the strike. I don't pause for speeches or threats. Don't savor the fear in his remaining eye. I simply twist. The sharp crack of his spine snapping cuts through the chaos, his body going limp in my grip, nothing more than dead weight and broken bones. I turn, already reaching for Annalise as she staggers back. My arms catch her before she falls, pulling her against my chest as terror claws at my heart. Annalise! I breathe, my hands frantically searching for the wound. Where? Where did he... She's covered in blood. So much blood. Her wedding gown is soaked crimson, the ivory silk now a testament to the violence we've unleashed. My vision blurs with panic as I try to find where the blade entered. I'm fine, she gasps, her voice weak but steady. Tarek, I'm fine. No, you're bleeding. There's so much... Look. She pulls at her torn bodice, revealing the rigid boning of her corset. The dagger's blade is embedded in the whalebone stays, its point stopped mere inches from her heart. It didn't pierce through. Relief hits me like a physical blow, so intense it nearly drops me to my knees. The blood covering her isn't hers. It's Renlir's, sprayed across her when she struck him down. You brilliant, magnificent, impossible woman, I growl, crushing her against me in a kiss that tastes of smoke, victory, and the promise of forever. She melts into me, her arms wrapping around my neck as if she never wants to let go. Around us, the manor burns, but in this moment, there is only her, only us. We did it, she whispers against my lips. We actually did it. We did. I lift her higher in my arms, cradling her like the precious treasure she is. And now we leave this place behind forever. I turn toward the great doors, carrying my queen through the wreckage of her former prison. Bodies litter the marble floor, the remains of those who thought they could cage a Manticore and his mate. Flames climb higher, consuming tapestries and furniture with hungry tongues. By morning, only ash and memory will remain. The cold night air hits us like a blessing as we emerge from the burning hall. Snow swirls around us, pristine white against the hellish glow of the fire behind. Annalise's wedding gown, torn and bloodied, billows around us like the wings of an avenging angel. Where do we go now? She asks, her voice small in the vastness of the winter night. North, I say, my steps sure despite the uncertain path ahead. To Rach, to find my brothers, to find our future. She nestles closer to my chest, trusting me completely to carry her through the darkness. I love you, Tarek. Her words stop me in my tracks. Not because I doubt their truth, but because hearing them spoken aloud makes everything real, both terrifying and exhilarating. And I love you, my fierce little queen. I press my lips to her forehead, breathing in her scent beneath the smoke and blood. More than my mission. More than my duty. More than my own life. Behind us, the manor groans as its supports give way. The sound of collapsing timber and shattering stone follows us into the night, a funeral song for everything we leave behind. But we don't look back. We walk forward through the snow toward whatever future awaits beyond the horizon. Together, as we were always meant to be. Free.
Chapter 36. Annalise. Consciousness jolts me awake in fragmented bursts, Tarek's powerful strides jostling my body. Cold air, sharp with pine and snow, bites my cheeks, but his massive arms envelop me, a fortress of warmth against the Kainvu wilderness. Behind us, the night sky glows orange, the Rewrote estate's funeral pyre a fading echo of our escape. I force my eyes open, meeting Tarek's granite profile, his jaw set with grim determination. Blood seeps through his torn tunic, a dark patch from a crossbow bolt, his Manticore strength pushing past limits to carry me to safety. The chaos of the ballroom, screams, Tarek's triumphant roar as he shattered his chains, feels like a fever dream, but his heartbeat against my ear grounds me in reality. Tarek, I whisper, twisting in his arms, you have to stop. You're hurt. He doesn't break stride, his eyes fixed on the dark trees ahead. We're not safe yet, he rumbles, his voice heavy with exhaustion. They'll send hunters. They'll find a corpse if you don't rest, I insist, struggling against his hold. Let me tend your wounds. The fear of losing him to the frost, after surviving fire and blood, grips me tighter than his arms. He falters, surprise flickering in his weary eyes, my voice carrying the weight of our new partnership. With a shuddering sigh, he veers into a sheltered hollow, a semi-dry spot beneath snow-laden pines and a rocky outcrop. Gently, he sets me down, the loss of his warmth sharp as I shiver in my tattered blood-red gown. Tarek kneels, coaxing a small fire to life with flint and tinder, its defiant glow a beacon in the vast darkness. I watch, my heart aching with love for this man who fought like a god to free me. Pushing to my feet, I ignore my bruises and command softly, "Now you, sit." He hesitates, but my resolve holds firm, and with a groan of pain, he sinks to the ground. I kneel before him, tearing a strip of silk from my hem and dipping it in melted snow to clean the bloody wound on his shoulder. His heavy silence watches me, his gaze a steady anchor on my face. I press my lips to a silver scar on his collarbone, a reverent prayer for his survival. His breath catches, a low growl escaping as my kisses trail to his arm, his chest, anointing his pain. My tenderness sparks something primal, his hands pulling me onto his lap, the fire's glow casting shadows on his scarred frame.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 37. Tarek. The fire burns low, its glowing embers casting dancing shadows across our makeshift shelter in the Cainvu wilderness. Annalise lies curled against my chest, her breathing deep and even in the aftermath of our fierce lovemaking. Her golden hair spills across my arm like molten silk, and I stroke the strands with careful fingers, marveling at their softness against my calloused skin. Her scent, wildflowers beneath the lingering smoke of our escape, stirs a quiet heat in my core, a reminder of the passion that binds us. She is so small in my arms, so fragile compared to my Manticore bulk and strength. Yet she has proven herself stronger than any warrior I've known, her courage a flame that outshines the fire before us. The curve of her body presses against me, warm and yielding, igniting a protective hunger that pulses through my veins, a need to shield her, to claim her as mine in every way. The wind howls through the trees outside our cave, carrying the scent of snow and pine. Somewhere in this vast wilderness, my brothers might still live, Korvac with his steady leadership, Silas with his careful strategies, Caspian with his easy charm, Ronan with his fierce loyalty, Lucaris with his reckless courage. For weeks, finding them and retrieving the Zabel crystals has been my North Star, the oath to our king driving me through captivity and pain. It defined my existence, my purpose. But now, with Annalise nestled against me, her soft breath warming my chest, I feel something new. Peace. Not the absence of conflict, but a bone-deep certainty that I am exactly where I belong, with the one I was meant to find. The restless energy that fueled me settles, replaced by a contentment I never knew I could feel. Her presence soothes the beast within, her touch a balm to scars both seen and unseen. I think of Osiris, my home since birth, the golden temple where only the pure of heart may pass, the sprawling city of Bizar with its marble streets and flowering gardens, the palace where our king awaits word of our mission's success. It all feels distant now. Not unimportant, but secondary. The duties that once defined me pale beside the woman in my arms. She is my new North Star, her light guiding me through the darkness of this frozen night. Annalise shifts, murmuring in her sleep, her body pressing closer, her curves molding to mine. The movement sends a shiver of desire through me, her warmth stoking the embers of my hunger. I tighten my hold instinctively, my claws careful not to graze her delicate skin, and she settles deeper against me with a soft sigh of contentment, her lips parting slightly, inviting thoughts of another kiss, another claiming. I know I cannot lose her. The thought crystallizes in my bones, a truth as unyielding as the mountains around us. Whatever dangers lie ahead, and I know they are many, whatever sacrifices or battles await, I will not let anything tear us apart. My brothers, if I find them, will understand. They've likely found their own mates. Their world shifted as mine has. They'll know what it means to have everything you thought you were become mere preparation for this moment. But if I must choose between my mission and my mate, there is no choice. She is my purpose now, her heartbeat my new oath. I will protect you above all else, I whisper into her hair, the words a solemn vow to the darkness. Whatever comes, whoever stands against us, I will keep you safe. I swear it by the Triad, by my honor, by everything I am. She doesn't wake, but her hand finds mine in sleep, our fingers interlacing as naturally as breathing. Her touch sends a quiet thrill through me, a reminder of the fire we share, the unspoken bond that pulses between us even in silence. Outside, the wind sings its lonely song through the mountains. But here, in this small cave lit by dying embers, we create something untouchable, something no cage can contain. We have found each other, and that truth burns brighter than the flames that freed us. The embers shift, sending up a shower of sparks that dance briefly before fading, like the fleeting lives of mortals. But what we have will burn longer than any flame. It will outlast the winter, the dangers ahead, the trials of the frozen wilderness. Love, I'm learning, grows stronger under pressure, a treasure that multiplies when shared. Annalise murmurs my name in her sleep, her voice a soft caress that stirs my heart. I press a gentle kiss to the crown of her head, lingering to breathe in her scent, now mingled with the earth and fire of our escape. I'm here, I tell her quietly. I'm always here. For the first time since the storm scattered my brothers across Prothika, I mean it with every fiber of my being. This is where I belong.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Prothika, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Prothika audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Prothika's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Prothika bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 38. Annalise. Morning light filters through the cave entrance, painting the stone walls in shades of gold and amber, a soft glow that dances over Tarek's scarred form. I wake wrapped in his arms, feeling safer than ever in my life, his warmth a shield against the Kainvu wilderness. But a distant look in his dark eyes betrays an unspoken weight, a shadow of unfinished business that lingers between us. Tell me, I murmur, tracing the scars on his chest with gentle fingers, each ridge a testament to his battles, his resilience. My touch is tender, reverent, stirring a quiet heat in my core as his skin warms beneath my fingertips. He's silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the cave ceiling, his breathing steady but heavy with thought. When he speaks, his voice carries the weight of duty and brotherhood. My brothers and I came to Prothika on a mission. Our home, Osiris, is dying. The Zabel crystals that power our island are nearly depleted. I listen as he recounts the 6 warriors who volunteered to retrieve new crystals from the perilous caves of northern Reach, the storm that scattered them across this harsh world, the oath they swore to reunite and complete their mission. They're out there somewhere, he says, his voice rough with emotion. Korvac, Silas, Caspian, Ronan, Lucaris, my brothers in all but blood. I promised we'd meet in northern Reach to finish what we started. The pain in his voice pierces my heart. I see the conflict tearing at him, duty warring with desire, obligation battling the love that binds us. His eyes, usually fierce, soften with a vulnerability that makes me ache to ease his burden. Then we go north, like you told me, I say simply, my voice steady with resolve. We find them. His head snaps toward me, eyes wide with surprise. Annalise, no. You don't understand what you're saying. The journey will be perilous. Monsters, bandits, dark elves hunting us. You deserve peace after everything you've endured. I sit up, meeting his gaze with unwavering determination. Peace? I shake my head, a spark of defiance flaring in my chest. Tarek, I've spent my life in a gilded cage, dreaming of freedom. You think I'd trade one prison for another, even a comfortable one? It wouldn't be a prison. It would be if I stayed behind while the man I love walked into danger without me. I cup his face in my hands, forcing him to see the truth in my eyes. My thumbs brush his jaw, feeling the strength beneath his rough stubble, a quiet thrill at the contact. Your mission is my mission now. Your brothers are my brothers. Where you go, I go. The caves of northern Reach are no place for what? A human? A woman? My voice sharpens with steel, cutting through his hesitation. I helped you burn down an elven manor. I killed my own husband and walked through fire to free us both. Do you think some caves will stop me? He stares at me, and I see the moment his protests die. Pride blooms across his features, not condescending approval, but the deep respect of one warrior recognizing another. His gaze softens, tracing the curve of my cheek, igniting a warmth that spreads through me like wildfire. "You're sure?" he asks quietly. "You understand what you're choosing?" "I'm choosing you," I say firmly, my voice trembling with conviction. "I'm choosing us. A life where I fight for what matters instead of surviving what doesn't." A slow smile spreads across his face, transforming his harsh features into something breathtakingly beautiful. "My fierce little queen," he murmurs, his voice low and reverent, sending a shiver down my spine. He pulls me down for a kiss that tastes of promise and adventure, of shared purpose and unwavering devotion. His lips are warm, possessive, yet tender, and I melt into him, my body pressed against his, feeling the hard planes of his chest against my softness. When we break apart, his eyes shine with an intensity that makes my heart skip. "I've never seen someone as beautiful on the inside as they are on the outside," he says, his voice thick with emotion. "Your courage, your loyalty, your strength, you take my breath away, Annalise." Heat blooms in my cheeks, but also something deeper, a sense of being truly seen, valued for who I am, not what I represent. My hands move to the laces of my borrowed dress, simple travelling clothes scavenged from an abandoned cottage, yet still too constraining for the freedom I crave. I unlace the front slowly, deliberately, each tug of the cord a silent declaration of my choice. The fabric parts, revealing the curve of my collarbone, my cleavage, the scars of my past bared in the golden morning light. Tarek's eyes darken with desire, his breath hitching as he watches, his gaze a caress that sets my skin alight. The air between us thickens with unspoken promises, the caves quiet, amplifying the soft rustle of fabric, the quickening of our breaths. "Then see me always," I whisper, letting the dress fall away, baring my body, my heart, my soul. My skin prickles under his gaze, not from the chill, but from the weight of his adoration, his hunger. I am no longer the terrified girl in the gilded cage. I am a woman claiming her destiny, embracing her power, offering herself fully to the man who sees her. All of me. Every scar, every flaw, every perfect imperfection. "Always," he promises, his voice reverent as a prayer, his hands reaching for me with a tenderness that belies his strength. His fingers trace my curves, igniting sparks of heat that pool low in my belly, a silent vow in every touch. As we come together in the warm circle of firelight, our bodies entwining with a passion born of choice, I know that whatever dangers await in the frozen north, we will face them together. As mates, bound by something stronger than duty or obligation, bound by choice.
Chapter 39. Tarek. The Kainvu wilderness stretches vast around us, snow-laden pines whispering secrets in the wind, their shadows flickering in the glow of our small fire. Annalise's warmth beside me, her tattered gown brushing pine needles, anchors me in this freedom we've clawed from the ashes of the Rewrote estate. My Manticore heart thunders with a love that drowns the biting cold, her dagger through Renler's eye, a blazing testament to her warrior spirit. Her presence is a wildfire in my blood, igniting a primal hunger that battles the reverence I owe my queen. The scent of her, wildflowers laced with the smoke of our escape, stirs a heat that coils low, a need to claim her, to worship her, to bind us in this wild, untamed moment. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry, You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. We sink to the pine-strewn ground, my arms wrapping around her, the fire casting shadows on her flushed skin. I choose you, Annalise, I murmur, my fingers lingering on her jaw, her scent still on them, a reminder of our wild act. The pines stand sentinel, our love a flame no shadow can touch, forged in defiance of the Naga's curse. Her warmth against my chest is a haven, her touch a promise that grounds me in this moment, this freedom. The snow falls softly, dusting her tattered gown, but her warmth is my sanctuary. You've given me freedom, she whispers, her hand on my scarred chest, her fingers tracing a jagged scar with a tenderness that reignites the spark of desire within me. Each mark is a story we now share, a testament to the battles we fought together. Her eyes, fierce and soft, hold mine, promising a future we'll carve side by side. We turn north toward my brothers, our bond an unshakable force in this wild, free world, ready to face whatever lies ahead together, our love a fire that will burn through any storm.
Chapter 40. Annalise. The scream tears from my throat before I'm fully awake, ripping through the pre-dawn darkness like a blade. My body jolts upright, cold sweat slicking my skin despite the warmth of our shared furs. My heart hammers so hard it feels like it might crack my ribs. Annalise! Tarek's voice cuts through the terror, steady and grounding. His arms are around me in an instant, pulling my trembling frame against the solid wall of his chest. I'm here. You're safe, but I can't stop shaking. The nightmare clings like cobwebs spun from tar, sticky and suffocating, its tendrils still curling around my ribs, refusing to let go. My breath comes in sharp, ragged gasps that fog in the cold mountain air. Every inhale scrapes raw in my throat. The same dream? He asks softly, his large hand stroking my hair with infinite gentleness. I nod against him, my face buried in his shirt, not trusting my voice yet. It's been 2 weeks since the manor went up in flames behind us. 2 weeks of trudging north through frozen wilderness, each day harder than the last. And every single night, the same vision hunts me down. Tell me, he murmurs, settling me more comfortably in his lap as though I weigh nothing. Sometimes speaking it aloud helps rob it of its power. I close my eyes, but the images blaze behind my lids with cruel clarity. I'm standing at the top of the manor again. The one we burned, but it's whole, untouched, as if the fire never touched it. His arms tighten around me, silent encouragement. Something comes from the sea, I whisper. A shadow. Vast, moving across the water like a storm made solid. It eats the light, swallows the world until there's nothing but twilight. I feel his chest stiffen beneath me, though his voice stays quiet. And you're on the shore, I breathe, voice cracking as the terror of it curls sharp inside me. Alone, calling to me. I can't hear the words, only your voice carried by the wind. I try to run, try to reach you, but my legs won't move. I'm trapped. It's just a dream, he says, though uncertainty seeps into his tone like frost through a crack. Your mind is trying to make sense of the horrors we've endured. Is it? I pull back enough to study his face in the dying firelight. His eyes betray him, shadows flickering there when he thinks I don't see. You feel it too. You carry the same weight, the sense that something's coming, something dark. He doesn't deny it. His jaw works as he swallows. The storm that wrecked our ship. There was something unnatural about it, something aware, malevolent. In the dream, the shadow swallows you, I whisper, tears sliding hot and unbidden down my cheeks. One moment you're there, calling my name, the next, the darkness takes you, and I'm left screaming in that tower, alone. His hand cups my face, thumb brushing away the tears. I'm not going anywhere, Annalise. Whatever's out there, if there is anything, we'll face it together. Promise me, I say fiercely, gripping his shirt as though I can anchor him by force of will. Promise me you won't throw yourself to it for my sake, that you won't try to be noble and die alone. Annalise, promise me. I cut him off, steel in my voice. I didn't claw my way out of that cage just to lose you to some sacrifice. We're partners, equals. We live together or we die together. His eyes search mine, and I see when the resistance breaks. He knows I won't yield. This isn't fear speaking, it's resolve. I promise, he says at last, solemn and steady. Whatever comes, we face it as one. Relief crashes through me, and I kiss him hard, pouring everything into the contact: fear, gratitude, love, defiance. When we break apart, he lowers us back beneath the furs, curling around me, his warmth a shield against the chill. Try to sleep, he murmurs into my hair. We've a long road still, and you need your strength. I close my eyes, but sleep does not come easy. The dream still coils inside me, heavy as a prophecy, and beyond the fragile glow of our fire, I swear I hear the low rumble of distant thunder. The shadow is coming. I only pray we are strong enough to meet it when it arrives.